when hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Hagerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Hey race fans, it's the start of a brand new decade, so don't be on the outside looking in. Straddle the technology fence with us and be part of all the action at every round of the 2020 season. With our all-new app, you'll now have live global streaming of all the action from the heart of each and every track. Live scoring, race highlights, replays, results and team and driver news. Everything you could ever want to be informed of the world of Trans Am and SVRA. Download now on Apple and Android, the only place to get your muscle car media. Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. A wonderful shot looking down towards turn 2 and 3 as we look also at the cars now back out on track. You're live from the Circuit of the Americas and we welcome you, fans of historic racing around the world and also fans of Trans Am. You can watch our coverage both on the internet, on of course YouTube and Facebook, but we're also live on our apps. And we encourage you to use the apps, Ben, because the apps have got the information about the schedules for next year. There's more information. There's some great videos that you've procured and put out over the years. So it's a great place to go and really, get your feed and get up to speed.
It is. We ask everybody to download the app from the Apple App Store or Google Play. We are going to send out updates. We're going to edit these races down into sections, and they'll be on there. But there's all kinds of historical archival footage in SVRA and Trans Am, as well as updates, ticket discounts. We're going to be operating a lot out of our app in 2021.
Yeah, looking forward to what has already been announced. We've got ahead of the game, as it were, and Tony Perella has announced a really extensive calendar for next year, a massive year starting at Auto Club Speedway back in February, in February, and then on to Sebring and Homestead back-to-back, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looking forward to the Roval. And then, of course, Road Atlanta, one of the great circuits here in America, Sonoma, WeatherTech Laguna Seca, Road America, Lime Rock. It reads like a who's who of motor racing, and as it should, because these are all cars that raced at those circuits back in the day. Watkins Glen, VIR, Utah, and, of course, the Circuit of the Americas. In fact, where we will next year round out the year in November, just before, I think, Formula One, which would be really good.
Now, something a little bit different here. If I got my rules correct, we're going to restart from the finish line. So right after they come across turn 20, that's going to be the restart into this Group 2 race. I haven't yet seen the lights on the pace car. I haven't heard anything from control if we're going to go back to green. But we should be going back to green with almost 50 cars in Group 2.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And we had a nice little battle starting to form. And I think we're going to get the same fair again, so to speak. And as they go through 16 and 17 and 18. Great to see some crowd coming back in. And the beauty of coming to an SVRA event and the Speed Tour, as we call it, is it's not a case of just sitting up in the stands. We want you to get amongst it. We want you to come down and join us, talk to the drivers, talk to some of the engineers, or even the team, the car owners, because, of course, the cars are the stars, no question about it, of an event like this. You are literally witnessing the history of motorsport throughout the weekend, and we look forward to bringing you all the action.
Well, let's go through our field here that we've got a whole lap under pace. So, in first place, we've got Matt Brabham, followed by Tonis Casametz, and then Jeff Brabham, Bruce Hamilton, Ron Hornig, Chalmer McWilliams, Mark Schillenberg, Travis Engen, Pierce Reeder, and that rounds out basically up 1 through 9 is all Formula Bs. We have 16 Formula Bs here with us this weekend, and now we're up to in the Formula Ford. The new class is Trevor Russell. And then in Club Ford, first Club Ford is Todd Strong, then Eric Inkrot and Dan Cowdery, Bob Hatley. They're all from the West Coast, racing that Formula Ford Challenge in the West Coast. Lee Brain is in the number 24 Formula B. Jeff Anderson in a Formula B. Michael Wurick in a Club Ford, Glenn Taylor Club Ford, Paul Hager Club Ford, Robert Hemke somehow is in 20th place in a Formula Junior, a beautiful 1959 Cooper. I think it's a T51. And really beautiful car. He always does some great racing here. He's from the Texas area. And then Michael Hummel in a Club Ford, Kim Madrid in the pink Club Ford. Roland Johnson is in that really historic Formula Ford. Jeff Langham in a Formula Ford. Jeff Garrett, you know him from a Mustang driver. He's out there. Duke Waldrop in 26, number 62, a red Formula Ford. He has the honor of being the only person in history to race a car, a motorcycle, and a boat at Daytona. Followed by Brian Gray in 27th, Jim Edmonds, Robert Rogers, Bruce Matar, David Mock, John Breedenbach, Tom O'Grady, and then in the Formula V's, Elliott Barron, Hunter Barron, Elliott Barron, Dwight Calkins, Devin Boucher, Greg Byrne, John Strand, Billy Griffith, William Wolfe, Nick Palgrave, Jason White, Timothy Little, John Williamson, Cassandra Barron Fuller. We've got a lot of Barons here. They always bring out a great show of Formula V's. We love the Barons from Texas.
Sacha Baron's not here, though.
No, he's not here.
Okay.
He's filming Borat 3. Then we've got Scott Elif, Gregory Stam, Dan Chapman, Gordy Good, Mac Anderson, Rich Stadler, Scott Clark, and then Lou Marchant. That's 55 cars. I felt like I just read through a high school graduation.
Yeah.
55 cars. We've got huge horsepower differences out there. We've got these cars with a lot of horsepower and a lot of grip at the tires. No downforce in any of these cars. It should be really good fun once we get back up and racing.
And let's just explain that. I know I like to sort of play with the fact that I hope, and I always feel that my audience is my mum, because when you say no downforce, she might say to me, what's that all about? And the bottom line is, I know that a lot of you guys are very studied racing fans, and you know exactly what downforce is. But what we're talking about is modern cars, of course, have that downforce, and that's what glues the car and gives it mechanical grip to the ground, and means that the corners are therefore easier to deal with, because the car is effectively sucking itself to the ground using the aerodynamics. Whereas these cars just didn't have that, and so this was pure racing, and that's what I love about these cars is this. These guys, when they drove them, if they got a little bit of understeer or oversteer, they had to dial it out with their hands quickly. There was none of the car doing the work for them.
Yeah, that's right. And you can basically look the progression in open wheel racing. Basically, you start in a Formula V because it's cheap. You move up to a Formula Ford, then you might go to Club Ford, and then if you're lucky enough, you might go to Formula B, which was a feeder series for Formula One as we get a restart.
Here we go then. It's Group 2 in action, and leading the way is Matt Brabham, and right from the get-go, here comes Jeff Brabham into second place. We've got a double Brabham in Brabham's. What a great line as they come up the hill here to turn one, and braking and definitely locking up there for a moment. Matt Brabham got a little bit too eager on the front foot pedal, on the right foot pedal in the throttle, and ran out of room at the top of the hill. A classic mistake at the Circuit of the Americas, but now Dad is right behind him, the Le Mans winner, and look at him slide through there. Oh, wonderful shots here by our man Hamish. Look at that. Excellent stuff. And through they come now, weaving their way, and already the Brabhams are off and running. You said to me after practice that these guys weren't holding back. They are not.
No, and if you think this is father-son point by racing, it is not. Jeff Brabham does not want to get beat by his son, and they've had good races with us in years past in V-Rock, and they are very competitive with each other. As we watch now as the Formula Fords and Vs come by, look at these shots of these S's.
So it's Brabham, Kazmets, but in fact Jeff Brabham has moved up to second place. Hamilton's still there in fourth, then Hornig, and McWilliams in fifth place. Schillingberg, Enning, you mentioned at the number one at the start, and you said he'd be a factor, and he already is. But now you can see this battle starting.
Watch for Tonis to come out of the draft right here and try to outbrake him.
Yeah, he's
right into turn 12.
Into turn 12, and that's a classic overtake. You see it in Formula One so many times as they dive now into turn 13, and Jeff Brabham already looking for a way past at 13 and takes second place again. Great battle between these two, side by side through 14. And look at this racing here. Excellent stuff. Brabham takes a nice wide line. Brabham knows how to defend his position, and now through this triple apex right-hander, it's really hard to overtake, and I think if Tonis is going to make another move, he's going to have to wait till 19 as the rest of the field file through 14 and 15 from high above and under the bridge. A lot of people actually on the bridge there. It's a great place to watch. But I think Logan, our drone pilot, has got the best view of all as high above the beautiful circuit of the Americas he is. And look at this three-way battle forming here. Back to the lead group now as Matt Brabham leads. He's got about 4 car lengths to this great battle for second and third between Jeff Brabham and Tonis Casanets. Is that the right way to pronounce it?
He's raced with us in Trans Am. He races in all kinds of different series, and he is a racer's racer having a blast out there racing Jeff Brabham as we see Bruce Hamilton coming up the hill right there in that number 76. That's a really pretty car as well.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I love the look of these fat tires on skinny cars as we watch Matt Brabham get a little bit twitchy right here in these S's.
He loves to slide that car around, doesn't he? Real confidence in that. And they are racing, I can assure you. No question about it. Lots of different groups coming up in our SVRA coverage. We've got qualifying from Trans Am coming up later in the afternoon. But stay with us, we've got more racing to come. We've already had a black flag situation. We've got a cracking race starting to develop here as Matt Brabham leads the way from Jeff Brabham.
Yeah, Matt's pulled a pretty good lead. Now, if Jeff and Tonis can work together on this draft, they should be able to catch him a little bit because 2 cars working together are faster than 1.
Coming into turn 11 here.
Look at this battle.
Yeah, this is a great place to overtake here on the inside, but you've got to be closer than these 2 are at the moment. To do it, and if you're not close enough, the best thing to do is follow your rival through, as just as he has done. Yep. Go nice and wide, which he might have gone too wide there, but anyway, nice and wide, get lots of drive up that long straight, because it is just that, a very long straight. You don't want to go that wide, maybe, but
that's Eric
that's a little too wide.
Going a little too wide. There's Bob Hatley in that green car right there coming around, and then there's Travis Engen, that Chevron with that orange nose, looks like an eagle's beak. Driving right there, really fast car. And then we've got this red Formula Ford right there is Trevor Russell, followed by Todd Strong, Dan Cowdrey, and Eric Inkrot, all California competitors. These guys know each other very well. They know what each other's going to do. And then you see that car right there behind Travis Engen, Pierce.
Yeah.
Pierce's mechanic is a very famous mechanic that was the mechanic for Bobby Rahal in his Indy days.
Wow.
Yeah, Don Hovel. Really cool guy, really pretty Lotus right there. So you always see people from the racing years past, they just kind of stay with some of the cars that they know, and it's really cool to have these guys out here with us.
Talking of big names, you might be interested to know that Boris Said and Paul Tracy will be taking part in Trans Am this weekend. Paul Tracy taking a weekend off from his NBC coverage, and there is the checkered flag for the leaders as they come through, and it will be Matt Brabham with victory here over Jeff Brabham. It's a Brabham 1-2 in the absolutely classic and historical moment for Brabham cars as Sir Jack's cars, his family winning first and second here at the Circuit of the Americas for the first time ever. Tonis Casanets in third place, Bruce Hamilton, who we mentioned earlier, in fourth, and Ron Hornig in fifth place. Great racing.
Yeah, and so for those of you that are really interested in these Formula Bs, in tomorrow's race for our national championship, the 16 Formula Bs will be racing by themselves. So we'll kind of split this group in half, and they're going to have their own race, and watch for these 3 to really battle it out when they don't have to get through some lap traffic.
Well, a little bit of a stop-start to the proceedings, if you will, but no matter. We got it all cleared away, and we're racing, and coming up next, I think it's Group 8 who will be in action.
Group 8 and 12B,
yeah,
which is our basically what I call our medium bore production cars. Lots of Porsches, Datsun Fairladies, Datsun 510s, B sedans, but then we have some newer cars out there, some newer Porsches, things like that. There's a 1985 BMW 635 that's going to be out there. And so basically our Group 12 is our more modern cars, like there's a 1991 E30 BMW 318 of Drake Dittman that's going to be out there, Gregory Sorg, but there's going to be some great cars coming up. If you like production cars, just wait.
Confirmation of the result then, and Matt Brabham takes the win in the BT35. Jeff Brabham in second place. What a day for the Brabham family. And Tonis Kesmets in third place. Bruce Hamilton, Hornig, McWilliams, Schillingberg, Engen, Reeder, and Russell. That's your top 10. The Van Diemen doing a good job of staying with the Lotus 69. And further down, Todd Strong in the Titan. Two Titans, actually a Mark 9 and a Mark 6 alongside each other. The Crossell, the Swift, Bob Hatley, Lee Braden, Glenn Taylor, Wirrick, Hummel, Homnick, and
Humke.
Paul. Say that?
Robert Hemke is what he calls it. Yeah,
that's
Hemke.
who I meant. A little further down, anybody you'd expect to be further up? Jeffrey
Kim
Jarrett?
Madrid, for sure, and Roland Johnson. I expect them to be up. Kim is not going to be happy about that. She likes to be right up there in the mix. But I'm sure whatever's going on. Duke Waldrop, I'm surprised to see him in 26. Usually he's always at the top.
A massive field, as you say, of over 50 cars. That's just the top 30, and a Bath in there and a Formula Ford Vector. But that concludes our first race of the day. Plenty more to come. If you haven't already and you're watching on the internet, download the app and join us on your phone. You'll be able to look at the live timing and anything you wish, because we have got some of these cars in action next. The Datsuns. And in fact, one lovely, spectacular thing about this series is that you have a sort of dedicated car each weekend. If you enter a Datsun, you enter it for free.
Yeah, that's basically our featured mark of the weekend. And if you're racing a Datsun this weekend, you're essentially a professional racer, because you have to pay $100 to race with us. And then if you take the green flag in the featured race Datsun race on Sunday, you get your $100 back and a $100 bill given to you by our president, Tony Pirelli. He takes great pride in that.
Looking high above the Circuit of the Americas, as you can see, you just saw our next group, which is Group 8 and 12B, getting ready to go racing here at the famous and iconic Circuit of the Americas. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more after this.
Everything you touch, everything you feel is Jaguar, especially when you hit the accelerator.
Never stop creating, never stop innovating. Every day is a chance to show the world something it has never seen.
The I-Pace.
This is how Jaguar delivers electric performance.
For great offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas and the beautiful sound of Stuart Blackwood. And his car getting ready to run, the number 17 in a Ford Escort. I love the Ford Escort. I grew up watching those. My mum had one of these, a Datsun. And I love those too. And of course the Nissans. And, you know, we talk about the history of motor racing in America. This was the Japanese onslaught, if you will, invasion. We went from, and all the while the big bore engines and muscle cars and Trans Am were going strong here, there was a period back in the 50s where the nimbler European cars were starting to dominate. And then came the Japanese, which was a combination of kind of both. And the story goes that they kind of took the best out of both, didn't they?
Yeah, honestly what happened. And I am a British car fan, so you don't take offense to this. But they basically, like, to me, the Datsun 240 is an MGB GT that they made with a bigger engine, and they made it reliable. So if you were racing, and you were racing something like an MG or any kind of British car other than a Jaguar, which are perfect, you might have gone for the Datsun 510 or the right there, the 240Z car, because you thought I might have a chance at finishing the race and not dumping oil everywhere. But there we see a Lotus, and that Lotus, man, that is a reliable car right there. John Nash, he always has that in top form. He races with us in Group 8 and Group 3 in matching Lotus 7s.
Let me ask you this, because it's something I've been asked before. How do you decide your groups, and how do you define them? What does Group 8 and 12B mean?
So Group 8 and 12B is our medium bore production cars. They're over 2 liter, but I think they don't go over really a 4 liter. I'm not totally sure. We're going to get Rick Parent in here on that. But they're production-based cars. And so Group 12 is basically the newer, like I think after 1980 possibly. But these are cars that you could have bought off the showroom and built into race cars. Or, some of these guys have taken them out of junkyards. But these are production-based, not purpose-built race cars. They still have the body work of a normal car on there, but then they have roll cages built into them. And there's certain production things that they can't do. They have to be run as they were run back in the day to SCCA spec rules.
And this is a view you don't often see. Is that was turn 8 through 10, and that's a view you don't often get to see from that angle anyway. Yeah, I like this group. This is a fun group, and like you say, various different marks. A lot of Japanese marks, but we've got the odd Porsche and BMW out there as well. Alfa Romeo are represented, as are MG, a 1962 MGA.
I love it. So that's Kent Prather, who is I think a 7-time SCCA national champion. If you're a female motorsports enthusiast, look for the person in number 2, one of our fastest drivers, Lisa Hansen, in that beautiful 1969 Porsche 911S. I expect her to finish on the podium in this race. So starting in first, we've got Richard Nichols. Second, Lisa Hansen, John Wilkins, William Bowdish, Michael Anderson, Donnie Cluck, Meyer Primo, Drake Dittman, Nicholas Clements, Thomas Schulter. That's our top 10. Jeff Winter in 11th. Phil Eglin, Stuart Blackwood, John Nash in 14th. John Stevens, Chris Rader, H.D. Woodruff, Charles Valdez, Gregory Sorg, and George Barber. That's up to 20th. Dwight Anderson, Scott Stecker, Greg Wold in that new, I know him as a mini driver, and now he's in a Datsun 510. Wayne Seabrick, Jim McDavid, Trevor Bond, Brian Nelson, Kyle Papajoy, Walter Hollowell, and Scott Berkland, last year's Group 8 champion, in 30th. Jessica Jonk is in the BMW pickup truck, is what I call it. She is also another great female vintage race car driver, but also one of my favorite vintage race car photographers. Howard Rose, Andrew Mute, Charles Mute, Rob Miller, William Sanchez, Bernardo Martinez, Andrew Jordan, John Peterson, Samuel Parton, Jose, and R. Burt Williams is our 42nd car. That's basically a NASCAR lineup right there. So I hope we get a shot of that E30 convertible that Jessica Jonk is driving. Her dad is racing with us in Group 3 in a beautiful yellow Austin Healey. And Jessica is always one of the most enthusiastic people in our grid. Really fun to be around, great photographer, and she is having a blast out there. So if you're supporting the females, there's our 2 females in there, and expect Lisa Hansen to jump out front or at least grab a podium position. And Johnny, I'll let you take the start of the race.
All right, well, it looks as though I'm just trying to check whether the safety car is coming off, but it should be, if all is well, and it does. I see it coming out of my commentary position, and that means we are going to go racing right now, and away we do go. Richard Nichols, I don't think he's the green light Richard Nichols, but if he is, go for it, Richard. And up the hill he'll come for the first time.
He's green light colored.
Yes, he is. And in second place, it's Lisa Hansen, the girl you mentioned earlier. She's got second place wrapped up for now as they go up the hill and turn into turn 1.
And what a crazy turn 1 this is. They go uphill, and it's like 6 lanes wide. As soon as they pass the apex, it's 3 lanes wide.
Yeah, exactly.
So watch, there's that car, Jessica Jonk. So watch for some carnage there as they come around turn 2. Looks like Lisa Hansen
battling away.
Yeah, looks like she's got taken on the outside.
Yeah, John Wilkins looks as though he's got past as they come under the bridge. And here come the leaders, and look at this, some swaying and swiffing from side to side. As yes, I can confirm now that John Wilkins has gone through in the white 240Z Datsun as they all slip and slide through the S's here at COTA. And high above, we get to see them go through 6, 7, and climb, starting to climb up the hill through 8 and 9, and then they dive through 10. 10, a really, really tough corner because it's a blind entry, and then you dive downhill and flat out down towards turn 11. Best overtaking place on the track, bar 12 and turn 1, but nobody close enough necessarily this time, although one of the BMWs looks as though he's making a move.
Look at this. Oh, here comes that Ford Escort on the inside, taking a risky line, and he gives it away. Oh, and it hits over a bump. Those bumps are really treacherous out here as John Nash goes wide in that Lotus 7. That's such a small car. Sometimes it's hard for these big cars to see it. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not getting a kick out of this, you probably aren't a motorsports fan, as the 07
right
Dwight there.
Anderson, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, that's the BMW, the 2002 BMW.
No, that's the Alfa Romeo.
Oh, Chris Rita.
Oh, no. That's a beautiful car. Looks like he got back up and going, so that's at turn 3A.
Yeah, and that's it's funny. You don't see that many crashes coming through the S's, but when they do happen, it's kind of, you get on the dirt and the dust, and there's nowhere to go, and you lose grip on the marbles. There's a lot of marbles out there. Oh, this
side by side. Lisa,
still going good.
Lisa Hansen and John Wilkins. Yeah, she's going to get him back. She's one of the most competitive people in our paddock. She doesn't take anything from anybody. Really fun to be around.
Good. And as you can see from the drone, they're all starting to spread out nicely now as they come towards 15 and 16. And little pockets of battles throughout this group. This is Group 8 and Group 12 for SVRA. These are pre-1973 cars. Excuse me, these are production cars up to and including 1972. And the lead is with Richard Nichols in the bright green light colored car.
And I hope we get a shot of the Datsun Fairlady, as we call it, the 2000, coming on the starting line right now, the black car that's just about to get passed.
Yes.
That's Michael Anderson in a Datsun 2000. And he manages 8 race cars, but that's a really famous championship-winning car right there in the livery that it raced back in the day. Really cool history to that car, as is almost all of these cars. That's the cool thing about coming to these events. You get to walk around the paddocks, talk to the drivers, and everybody's got a story about their car like it's their baby.
I know the question on a few newbies' minds will be, how do you get the parts for all these historical cars? How do they manage when something goes wrong, or you have a prang, or something breaks?
They're there because these were production cars, and there's still so many people around the country racing them, is that people have made, there are still some OEM original equipment stuff being made, but then some of the race shops have made it just to the standards that they were raced, but with new metal, so you don't get the metal fatigue in some of these cars.
Here's your leader coming down towards turn 11. He's got a massive lead at the moment. He just needs to keep going on that, but we've got a good battle starting to form between second, third, and there's fourth place going through. Here comes fifth, and a BMW in sixth place and seventh place. The classic colors of BMW in the 241, and that is Drake Dittman in the 1991 318i just going through. And if you're going a little bit wide there, they're not really pushing on track limitations here at the moment, but I'm sure it'll be noted. Gets a little bit stricter in Trans Am. You can see our RV park in the background there here at Austin. A great way to see the races here. You can download the app, put it on the TV. You know, do your Google cast, and then sit in your RV and get your barbecue going. Now that's the way to go racing, surely. Look at this battle down towards 12. A few BMWs spreading out down the back straight.
Yeah, and that's called like a B sedan. So those Alfa Romeos. So there's A sedan, which are like Mustangs and Camaros, and then there's the B sedan, which is like the BMWs, the Datsun 510s, and the Alfa Romeo class in the early 70s in SECA and in Trans Am.
You know, it's interesting. You start to see those BMWs of the early 70s, and BMW had a purple patch racing here in America. I think of David Hobbs, Brian Redman, you know, racing around America in sports car and touring car racing, and they really made a name for themselves at Sebring and various other circuits. So you really are seeing some of the marks that made their mark here in the United States of America. Richard Nichols then leads. The gap at the moment is some 4.1 seconds ahead of Lisa Hansen in the Porsche, John Wilkins in third, Michael Anderson fourth, and William Bowditch in fifth place ahead of Mayo Primo in sixth place, and Jeff Winter seventh.
And if this is your first time to Vintage Racing, welcome. We love having fans here. Make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels. But in Vintage Racing, you know, these cars are quite old. So that's a 1971 out there in the lead. And you'd be surprised how many times somebody in the lead breaks down because a 14-cent wire or some 32-cent part or piece of plastic or metal broke and that, made their engine overheat, or a coil wire came off or something like that. So even though he's got a big lead now, it's not like Formula One when they take the big lead, there's nothing that's going to happen. Anything can happen in a vintage race because you've got a car race, a 1971, a 1969, and a 1970 all up front. Anything can happen.
Just saw a quick shot there of Dwight Anderson in the 07, and here he is coming through the S's here. And lovely sight. Very, very tough technical part of the circuit because you're weaving from side to side. The car wants to keep going straight, but you're turning it.
Look at him roll. Look at the smile on this BMW. You see that?
Exactly. You can see him smiling.
Look at how much fun that BMW's having. Big smile right under that nose of his.
Great spot.
You are. Ooh, we just missed it.
Great spot on the roof, on the bridge there. A lot of fans up there, but spreading out now. And second place, Lisa Hansen with some work to do. Her last lap time, or her best lap time, was a 2:38.5, and that compares to a 2:37.7 from Richard Nichols. So Richard Nichols definitely got the pace on everybody at the moment, but the closest person to him is Lisa Hansen, both on track and in timing.
I hope we get a shot of Andrew Mute and Charles Mute. They are in both Group 12, a 1985 BMW and a 1985 Jaguar XJS. They are father and son, and they built these cars together just as they were raced, and they are beautiful cars in our Group 12 back there. That's John Nash right there. He is our Group 3 winner from last year. Really fast driver in that Lotus 7, just trying his best to get past the Datsun.
That Lotus 7, low as it is, how does he see over the 77? He can't see where he's going, surely. He can't. All he can see is two red lights and a blue car. Now he's going to the inside. He's got a bit of a poke of a look there. Here comes your leader, Richard Nichols, sliding out at turn 20, down the main straight here at the Circuit of the Americas, blasting past the main grandstand and echoing that beautiful sound through the grandstand and the paddock, and then climbing all 133 feet up to the first turn.
It looks like, if we were watching this in 3D, that angle looks like they're coming right at us. So cool.
Very cool.
They did really, they did such a wonderful job planning this circuit, almost for TV and photographers.
Well, this hill was a natural incline when they built it, and so they just looked at it and said, well, it looks so much like sort of Spa in many ways in terms of the sort of elevation change that we got to do it, and so they did.
I'm so glad. It's such a cool part of the circuit, and body has perfected it.
No, and hats off to another legend of two wheels, Kevin Schwantz, although he did do a bit of four wheels. He did a bit of Porsche Super Cup racing in his day.
That.
But
that's Greg Wold knocking out to the outside. One of my favorite drivers. He drives a Mini like nobody else. He's so fast. Now he's moving up to a B sedan in this Datsun 510. Really fast driver.
Behind him is the 202 BMW. He's just passed, back with the leader, coming into 11, under braking, nice and smooth.
Look at that paint scheme right
Great,
there.
isn't it?
It is. That's a pretty car. Richard Nichols
Whoa!
Bringing out the Datsun, representing Datsun. This is a Datsun-Nissan event here. We're going to have a Datsun-only race on Sunday. We love to celebrate these marks, and I live in Franklin, Tennessee, not even a mile from where the new Datsun-Nissan headquarters are for North America. So we've got lots of Nissans around us.
Yes, and if you wonder or you don't know, Nissan was... Datsun was the original company, and then they effectively became Nissan after that.
Getting some great shots here at Circuit of the Americas. And Jonathan, this is your home track. This is your home. You announce out of here for everything. What's it like watching this?
It's great. It's absolutely great. And it's a little quieter than we do get for Formula One because it's different. And, of course, we've obviously got the restrictions of COVID, so it's a little quieter. But it's just a great track, and I've never heard a bad word said about racing here. I really don't. They love coming here. The fans get great views. If you can get two things right, which is get a circuit that people love to drive and challenge, and you can get a circuit where the fans can have good views, and you can sit on that bank, you can go up the tower, you can be this banking around here, not that grandstand at turn 15, cracking view, but you can sit and have a picnic all the way around the banking here. And that's the beauty of it. Thumbs up! There's the checkered flag, and he gets the thumbs up. Well done to Richard Nichols, who wins here in our second race of the day, Group 8 and 12B. And he waves to the crowd as he comes back up the hill. And second place will go to Lisa Hansen, and the difference was in the end 8.7 seconds. Lisa lost out to him, but John Wilkins takes third, Michael Anderson fourth, and William Bowditch will get a full results in a moment. But a good race, and well done to Richard Nichols. He never looked back, did he?
No, and great representation right there by Datsun Nissan. I think of the top 6, only one was not a Datsun or Nissan.
Yep. So Richard Nichols in the Datsun 240Z takes victory here over Lisa Hansen, and they're together on track as they come on their slowdown lap, glinting in the Texas sunshine. I don't know where you're watching, but if you're in a cold part of the world, I'm glad to say we've still got 80-degree temperature here, and that's one of the reasons why people love to come to Austin, Texas. It's a little bit too hot sometimes in the summer, but right now it's the perfect time to go racing. Not a lot of rain here. We get something like 300 days of sunshine, but when we get a storm, it's Texas-sized.
I get hypnotized, sorry, watching these cars come around the turns with all the body roll. I forget what I'm doing because I just love watching these cars come around the circuit. This is a really fun place to watch racing. Tickets are available. You can come right here to Circuit of the Americas. We love having fans at any of these Speed Tour events. We've got Trans Am coming up tomorrow. We've got practice and qualifying with Trans Am later on today. We've got an MX-5 Challenge Spec Series.
Looking forward to that.
And then we've got all kinds of vintage races with our Group 9, which is our Indy Lights, Formula 1, Formula 2. Any open wheel cars with wings and slicks is our Group 9, a good mix of cars. There's some really historic Formula 5000s coming out there that are just crazy cars, so stay tuned.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that ever since this track opened in 2012 to the roar of Formula 1, historic racing has been on, the headline of each and every one of the races that we've had here. So we've always got room for historic racing, and I think it's appropriate that you get the most modern circuit and you show the history of where these cars develop from, and especially in a Formula 1 weekend when you see some Formula 1 weekends. Really, really good to see. So well done to Richard Nichols in the number 14. It's a Datsun weekend, and he's just made it a Datsun. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from the Circuit of the Americas in a moment.
Everything you touch, everything you feel is Jaguar, especially when you hit the accelerator.
Never stop creating, never stop innovating. Every day is a chance to show the world something it has never seen.
The I-Pace.
This is how Jaguar delivers electric performance.
For great offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, and we're looking high and above what is what we call a pre-grid here. And as you can see, it's a bunch of very exciting single-seater cars. A little bit bigger than what we've seen already, but I like to see this. I really do, because, well, we've got quite a smorgasbord of single-seater cars here, haven't we?
Got all kinds of different cars. I think the headline car is the Formula 1 car of Bakir Begovic out there in that 1998 Benetton. But then we have Lewis Cooper is in a 2007 Panos. And then we've got a lot of Formula Mazdas, a lot of Indy Lights. So we've got all kinds of really neat cars in this group. If you like open wheel racing, this is going to be really fun. And a lot of the even though we try our best to group these cars together, this is the group that makes sense. But there's a huge speed differential when you've got a Formula 1 car out there with a Formula Mazda car.
Yeah, that's quite a difference. If you know your motor racing, you'll know that the difference between Formula Mazda, which is very much a junior class in comparison, Very different to an actual bona fide 98 Benetton, that's for sure.
And if you're wondering about wings and slicks, so that first car in pole position at the top right, that Benetton, it lost its rear wing in a practice yesterday. I was filming it, and as soon as because it didn't have that downforce we were talking about, just that little section of the upper part of the rear wing, the first thing that says players in that other car, he lost that, and he spun at the next turn because he didn't have his grip that he's used to.
Now, that players, is that an Indy car? Because I'm just thinking, I wonder if Paul Tracy drove one of those, because I seem to remember back in my day that Paul Tracy drove a players car.
Yeah, and there's the cool car. That should be Ben Sinnott right there. We're going to talk a lot about him. He's always at the top in his group. Really fast driver.
Love the helmet.
Yeah. He's a really fast S2 driver. Look at this Formula 2 car right here. I love this car. This is always a crowd favorite. Really pretty car.
Tony Garcia doing a fantastic job of taking us right into the engine, quite literally.
That's Jerome Me right there. And man, that sounded great. You can see him moving around down there. I hope we get shots of that Formula 1 car, because it's a beautiful car. And a Formula 1 car of that era, 1998, which is a vintage era, that still takes a big crew of people to run. It's a huge task to bring out a Formula 1 car on this track to vintage race with us, so I thank him for bringing that out here because it adds so much to the show. That's Lee Brain right there, and that number 4, really cool car. That's a Dallara Infinity, a 2008 racing with Cahill. Cahill is one of our big teams out here, so if you ever want to race open wheel, give Cahill a shout because they can rent you a car and you can be out here racing with us.
Yeah, and Dallara, of course, make all the chassis, the Italian company that make all the chassis for the current Indy cars. And so, yes, it's got a huge history here, too.
Bruce Hamilton, we just got a shot of that. That's Lynn St. James' racing partner when Lynn St. James comes and races with us.
Yeah, she's a great historic racer. We love Lynn. And she's a big supporter of what we do here. Look at that. You don't get better shot than that. That really shows you, A, how many cars there are, and B, what a great way to see them just head out of the pre-grid. It really is quite an artistic shot there. And on the right, it's the helicopter pad where the medical center to the bottom right of the shot there. But a really interesting shot, a shot I've never seen here at the Circuit of the Americas. The pre-grid as they head out here for our Group 9 Race 1.
I just saw a Formula 5000 car go by.
I love the Formula 5000.
You know,
with
I know
the big hood, with the big neck.
You're related to Brian Redman,
I know.
who is a legend in Formula 5000. But to me, in my opinion, and knowing what we know now, Formula 5000 and Can-Am should have never existed. It's basically, let's make the lightest car we can and put the biggest engine in it.
That's the American obsession,
yeah,
surely.
Oh, it's so bad. And so it made for some of the most interesting racing because the cars were just not built to handle that much torque and that much grip.
Yeah,
and
to be honest.
For some reason, these guys would go out there and race them, and it's just it's way too much, but I love it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's if motorsports had a decadence, that's the Formula 5000 and Can-Am, which is everybody's favorite series for that reason.
Well, of course, they're bringing 5000 back in Australia. They put a modern version 5000.
Leave it to the Aussies to say we got to bring that back.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's got a problem. That's car number 8. That's Kevin Burry in the Mazda, Pro Mazda car. And it looks as though that might have to... But no, he's got it going. Good.
Yeah, a lot of these cars don't carry a battery, so that battery pack, so sometimes it's hard to start them. This is the only group that has... We saw a red flag earlier. They don't have to come to a stop at the red flag because they don't have starters. So because of the extra weight of a battery, they can't stall these cars either. So if they spin, they better go 2 feet in.
Now, we mentioned we had the historic cars from the late 60s out earlier, those single-seater cars. But now you do see the slicks and wings era, as we call it, and of course the front wing and the rear wing acting aerodynamically to stick the car to the ground quite literally. Yep. And that's how Formula cars developed as they do today, and that's why these cars look very similar to the Indy cars and the Formula 1 cars of today, because it hasn't changed dramatically since slicks and wings became and ground effects and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you look at that first car right there, you can totally see the genesis of that going into a modern Formula 1 car. There's not a huge difference.
I hate to admit, but that car that is leading the way, I think I've seen race for real. I.e. back in 1998.
1998, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I started doing Formula 1 back in 2, 3.
That's awesome.
I was at Monaco in '94, 2 weeks after Ayrton sadly passed away, and the drivers for Benetton back in '94 were a certain Jos Verstappen and a Michael Schumacher. You may
I've
have
heard of them, yeah. Yeah. How cool is that? And so if you were wondering about this, the best way to explain this class is reverse airplanes.
Yes,
they've
they are,
got wings on them like an airplane, but they're forcing the cars down. And the car's weight sitting still, let's say maybe 2,200 pounds, but at 100 miles an hour, it may be double that because it's forcing the car down and giving it a lot more weight.
Okay, Group 9, Race 1, the first of 2 races for them. The safety car will peel off in a moment, and we will be led by Bakir Bakovic in the Formula 1 Spec Benetton Formula 1 B198. Greg Field, a good friend of mine, probably prepared that car back in 1998. And now it still races here at the Circuit of the Americas as away we go with a huge field heading up the hill here. Indy cars, Formula Mazda, Formula 1, and away they go. And it's the Benetton Formula 1 that leads them into that first quarter.
Lewis Cooper Jr. in that Panos really wanted to take a look, but the Benetton had the line, and nobody ever wins the race on the first turn.
Yes, you can get overexcited and make a mistake at turn 1 and easily miss your braking point as through goes John Taphorn in the Reynard Formula Continental.
Now see, that doesn't look physically possible to be able to grip like that. That's what the downforce is doing for these cars.
You see that? Notice how they don't slide compared to the previous cars we saw on track. They are literally glued to the ground, as you say, upside down aeroplanes in many ways. That's how it works. But a good battle already forming here for first and second. We're down to turn 11. A great overtaking spot, and that's exactly what the white and red car, not quite sure of the number, just went through. I think that was Ben Sinnott taking a place there from 5th and up to 4th. Everybody sliding through 11, and now the power as you put your foot down to the floor to get full power. Down towards turn 12. Another good overtaking opportunity here.
Yeah, that's Hans Peter right there leading that group through. Ben Sinnott in that cool Indy car. Ben is one of our fastest drivers. He's very patient, so look for him to kind of work his way through there.
Yep, through 14 now and into a very tight 15. There is a place to make a sort of block pass there.
There goes Sinnott. Charlie Peter on the inside.
Well, Sinnott's had a really interesting opening lap for sure. And into 18 and now into 19. And 19, a critical corner here at Circuit of the Americas. It's deceptive. It's very much off camber. And you can easily get it wrong, especially in a Formula Spec car like these.
We have a change for the lead.
Hans Peter.
Hans Peter in the 2006 Swift has taken the lead over Bakir right there in that Benetton coming up right now. Look at that.
There he is. There's your leader. In the number 66.
Followed by Lewis Cooper Jr.
So, leading the race now is the Swift, the 2006 Formula 3 car, followed by a Formula 1 car. That doesn't often happen, but it's happening right here in SVRA. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action. I hope you're tuning in on the app and enjoying it on the internet wherever you're tuning in. We welcome you to the Circuit of the Americas. Bright sunshine here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, and if you're watching on our social media channels, please leave a comment where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, what cars you want to watch, and leave a comment if you want us to talk about anything or if you have any questions, and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. We are live here at Circuit of the Americas, but it's all about you, the fans. So tell us what you want to see or what you want to see more of. If you want me to be quiet, I'll gladly do that.
And we've got the Panos of the DP01 Panos, a 2007 version with Lewis Cooper Jr. now moving up to third place.
Pass for the lead.
Wow, he's using that all the power of the Benetton.
I think he was in a DRS zone, right?
They didn't have DRS. They didn't have Mickey Mouse stuff back in those days.
We don't have DRS zones yet.
Oh, somebody's slowing here. That's not good. Yeah, well, he's not going to be playing any longer, I don't think.
So in that bright-nosed car, that's Travis Ingen. We talked about him before in that Chevron.
He's a busy boy.
He is. He's going to be busy all day. He's racing in 4 different classes.
Well, I don't know if he's missed a gear or something, but we're looking at the 73.
James Johnston right there in that red car, followed by Amir Ali.
Now, how many of these drivers would you say own their own cars, or are they all drivers brought in to drive an owner's car?
I'd say it's probably about 60 to 70%. A lot of these cars, like I was talking about Cahill, are rental cars. And then there's even some timeshare cars where somebody's like, I'll buy a third of the car and I'll do a third of the events on it.
Yeah.
So it's just what everybody wants to do. But the beauty of
I mentioned he'd slowed down, but the player is no longer that.
Justin Frick.
You know, I've got a feeling that could be a Paul Tracy car. Justin Frick was 5th overall, but sadly he's parked it, and that's a real shame.
Yeah. And if you're wondering about these cars, you can buy these cars. Sometimes the teams will sell them because they're moved on to the next car. But the cool thing about historic racing is a lot of these cars go up in value. So it's like investing in the stock market with an almost guarantee it'll go up in value. But, you know, I don't get to race my stocks, but you can race a car that will go up in value. How
there
cool
is that. It's a good point. Yeah, you can't race your house, but you can race one of these. Kevin Burry just getting up a place there at the top of the hill. To move further up the board. And as we look further down, you can see on the bottom left, on the bottom of the screen, you can see the ticker tape of the field as it drifts through the S's here at COTA.
You know, I need to brag about our driver, Travis Engen, and that number 21A. This car right here going right with the bright nose. He is in such good shape. And the reason is he loves racing. He swims every single day. I had lunch with him today. You can tell that he's in fantastic shape. But when you see the cars that he drives, high downforce, high G-force cars, he needs to stay in that shape so that he can keep racing. So he's basically swimming every day to keep his habit of racing going.
That's great.
Good race here forming up. And this is what's cool about vintage racing. If this is your first time joining us, even in these mixed groups, they're still doing similar lap times with some good racing in these mixed groups. Here's Travis Engen right here on the inside in that blue and day glow car in the 21A.
Yeah, it looks like a mini Ferrari Formula One car, doesn't it?
Really cool.
Oh, the one behind I'm looking at now.
Yeah.
This one we're talking about now. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the actual, overall times. 2:03, that's not slow round here. I'm thinking about some of the sports car racing I've seen around here, and certainly MotoGP. They're not far off at all, so they're putting pedal to the metal. No doubt about it down here.
I tell you what, that's the first thing a lot of these drivers will do. If you're racing an Indy Lights car, you're going to compare yourself to what Indy cars raced here. You know, if you're racing a sports car, you're going to see what the modern sports cars are racing here. And the 1 year in Formula One that it rained,
yes,
everybody compared themselves to that lap time.
Yes, exactly. Here's one of the Rolts of 2. We've got the number 43, that of Edward Copley in the 1980 Rolt RT4. Meanwhile, James Johnson Jr., we saw him earlier, the Pro Formula Mazda car.
And we remember him with Radman at Mid-Ohio, that great race up front between those two cars. And James Johnson Jr. really always puts on a great show with us here, and he's not disappointing us again here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of SVRA and vintage racing, is that you not only get to race the cars, you get to go to some of these iconic tracks. I mean, to be able to come here, if you wanted to rent this track for the day and just hurtle around, it's not cheap. So to get a chance to come out and be part of an event like this is really special.
Somebody explained it to me. So there's a guy here racing with us called Doc Bundy, and he gets to race Mario Andretti's Formula One car. So he said, in what other place could I go? Like, he likens it to going and putting on Mickey Mantle's glove and uniform,
right,
playing baseball in Yankee Stadium. He's like, I get to suit up in Mario Andretti's car and race at a Formula One circuit. There's nothing else like that.
Well, to give you a little bit of an aside, but it is a great piece of history, the first ever car on this circuit was Doc Bundy's 1978 Mario Andretti car, and guess who drove it? Mario Andretti. It was a wonderful day.
Doesn't get any better than that.
And we had 2 Formula One Lotus cars as well, with modern drivers who backed him up. But Mario got the privilege, as the ambassador to the Circuit of the Americas, to drive his car. I said, what was it like to be reunited? He said He said it was like going on a date with an old girlfriend.
That's awesome. Mario Andretti, how cool is that?
And he is. I mean, Mario, he does the two-seater Honda. I'm not sure it's going to be Honda from now on, but he still does those Indy special rides in front of the IndyCar races, does Mario. And long may it continue.
We just saw Doris Seibert right there in that number 42 as we follow along with the number 5 of Rob Radnan. We were talking about him, a great race at Mid-Ohio, and here he is not disappointing us again.
They definitely tried to make it look like a Formula One car with the shell coverage and the bright red. Really great to see some crowds finally back at a sporting event. It's been very tough this year, and we take our hats off to certainly Tony Perella and to John Claggett, the two organizers of both Trans Am.
So here's my favorite right here.
Here it is.
Jerome Me, which is kind of funny because it's like Jeremy, but he's in that Ray-Ban Ferrari shell Formula 2 car, and that thing, you've got it. The great thing about our events is open paddocks. Find him in the paddock. He's behind basically the last garage by the grid, and he'll start the car for you, and it'll take your hair off.
It will take your hair off. Now, that's probably one of the most modern cars out here. That's 2015. That's a really nice car.
It is. It's 2015 Dallara F2. Let's see what his times are.
I've just seen the 43 coming into pits. That's Edward Copley in the Rolt that we saw earlier. That's a shame to see him not able to continue to participate. But just to give you a little countdown, because we're getting near the checkered flag now, as it's still Bakir Berkovic, who lost the lead for a while. This is the final lap. Hans Peter still second place, and Charlie Peter in third place. But it's been a fantastic display here as we head on our final lap here at the Circuit of the Americas for our first run of Group 9. And don't worry, if you missed some of the action while you were getting a beer, we'll be back in action again tomorrow, these boys. And we've got qualifying for Trans Am. You don't want to miss that. That's going to be exciting. The championship is wide open in all 4 categories of Trans Am. That coming up very soon. And like I said, the SVRAs get 2 races each weekend. So we'll see these boys in action, as well as Mazda wheel-to-wheel action later in the day.
Look at that. I'm waiting for that rear flap to open, aren't you?
No DRS here down the back straight.
And he did a 2 flat. That's a really good time.
That's a really good time, yeah. Very impressive.
And what I mean by that is he did 2 minutes flat. So he got a 2-minute, .327 seconds in that beautiful FedEx Benetton in the livery that it raced in Formula One in 1998.
Yeah, fantastic. I want to say Gerhard Berger. That would probably be the car that he retired in. The Austrian, who now still has a very prominent role in both DTM and Formula 3. But I do remember Gerhard Berger racing to victory at Hockenheim in this particular car back in the late 90s. So, yeah, a lot of history and just spectacular to see. And you can literally roll back the years watching these cars and remember those days from previous Formula One eras. So then, as he comes to the line, out of turn 20 to take the checkered flag, Formula One wins on a Formula One circuit as the checkered flag comes out, and it's an excellent win for Bakir Berkovic as he takes victory in the Benetton Formula One B198 from 1998. Flavio Briatore, I hope, gets the news. He was the team manager at the time.
That is cool. Jerome Me crossing the finish line.
Yep, 5th place for Jerome, and Lee Brahin just behind him in 6th place. Ben Sinnott, who we saw in action in the number 26, finished in 7th, just ahead of Stuart Crowe in 8th, Bruce Hamilton, who you mentioned, in 9th, and Glenn Belowski in 10th position. So, plenty of great stuff from Group 9. We've got Group 10 coming up next. Which is your favorite group?
My favorite group is 1 and 3, which is the small bore production. The crowd's favorite group is Group 6 and 10. So 10 is going to be up
next.
That's fun racing. So stay tuned, because that's basically ex-Trans Am, ex-NASCAR.
Oh, yes.
So it's
some Rusty Wallace cars.
Yeah, so we've got some cars with a little bit of downforce, some race-prepared cars, purpose-built race cars that still kind of resemble production cars.
Yep. And
there's
finishing
Doris.
off his race,
Doris Siebert.
number 42.
So there's fans in the bleachers right there. And
Yeah,
even though they're blocking our view, that's a great sight to have fans back at racing. I love the fans here coming to the Austin Speed Tour. Tickets are still available, and we have family packs. Children 12 and under are free. Go to speedtour.net to get tickets, or you can meet us at the gate.
So that concludes our coverage of Group 9. Group 10 coming up, and as Ben Sissel said, this is going to be some fun racing. You don't want to miss it. We've got racing all through the day here, including Trans Am qualifying coming up later in the day. They race tomorrow. We've got a full packed house of racing tomorrow as well, starting early morning. We've already had some highlights already. Matt Brabham winning already, and now a Formula One car wins at the Formula One track. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Circuit of the Americas in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas. You can see Austin in the background there, and that's how far. We're about, just over 10, 12 miles away. And in between both Austin and the Circuit of the Americas is the actual Austin-Bergstrom Airport. So it's an easy run into Austin. You can come either to the track or you can go downtown, hit 6th Street, get some good food, some good barbecue. Taking Ben out to some barbecue before now. And I know my friend Logan loves his Coopers. Salt Lick, you name it. It's all here. And now let's get ready to go racing. As you can see, the crowd loving these cars as they get ready. I'm sure he'd be happy to do that. I hope we can get Wally in here. I heard him at Daytona a few months ago doing a sort of hot lap. Fun.
That's a Panos right there. I'm trying to see where we are. Look inside. It's a GT1 car, same kind of car they're racing in the TA series. And we've got a really cool mix of cars here, some modern Porsches, some ex-Trans Am cars like this car right here, the number 28 of Walt Brown, who's actually going to be joining us in the commentator's booth after this race. So keep an eye out on that pink car right there. That's really cool. That's Steve Beck in that 1995 Ford Thunderbird.
That's beautiful.
Is that a Mark Martin car? Who would have driven that car?
Yeah, probably. Mark Martin, one of the greats. That's 46 of Michael.
Alan Davison, we just saw him go out in the Panos. Gordon Johnson in that championship GTO car right there in the Olivetti Oldsmobile. Oh, that's Wally Dallenbach right there in pole position. So let me go through here. We've got 19 cars. Wally Dallenbach Jr., David Furstand, Jack Bitton, Don No, Tim Horrell, who's actually going to be racing in a 2016 Porsche GT4.
He's one of our regulars,
in
isn't
the
he?
Trans Am series as well. And he is actually paralyzed from the waist down, so he's doing all of his driving from the hands, racing with Breathless Racing. Really cool story. Then followed by the number 29 of Sam LeCompte in 6th place. Scott Borchetta, who's racing in 3 different series in vintage and a TA2 series. So he's everywhere. Denny Cloud in the brand new TA2 car with Stevens Miller. Rick Jeffrey in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Protofab that we saw. That was the Wally Dallenbach and Greg Pickett car. Greg Pickett's here racing with us after winning in 6 decades.
Yeah, it's not just the cars that are old. We've got some old drivers too.
Yeah, you know, there's got to be something in that muscle milk because he just keeps going. I love it.
Is it these 7 different decades he's been racing?
6 decades. He's
decades.
won a Trans Am race. That's going to be an unbeatable record, I think.
And we've got Simon Gregg out later today, who will be taking his 200th Trans Am participation. That's
cool.
Not bad, is it?
So in 10th place, Alan Davison, who's actually one of our sponsors with FPEC. He's in that gray Panos. Walter Brown in that pink car in number 12th. Number 11th is Michael Zock, and Michael's in a 1996 Corvette. Then we've got Steve Beck in 13th in a Ford Thunderbird. Gordon Johnson in that Olivetti Oldsmobile. John Cloud in a Pontiac Grand Prix. I think that's a Rusty Wallace car. Mark Balacco in the Ferrari 458. Alan Davison in a Pontiac Trans Am. So we've got 2 Alan Davisons. So we might have Dylan Archer in one of these cars, because Dylan Archer might be driving with our Trans Am 2 guy from the E-Series. And then Andrew Alcazar from Russo and Steele is going to be in a Shelby GT350. And Scott Young rounds it out in that beautiful red Jaguar XKE.
Well, I just want to fly the British flag here. You can have all your Shelbys and your Chevrolets and your Ford Mustangs and your Camaros, but hey, there's a Jaguar XKE out there flying the flag, the British flag of motor racing.
I love it. I don't know if there's a prettier car than the Jaguar E-Type and now the new F-Types.
I know, I do love them. So high above, turn 13 and 14 at the moment. There's another pylon there, so it's a great place for the crowd. If you're coming to Formula One and you're looking at the track and really getting these drone shots for the first time and picking your spot for Formula One or MotoGP, this is a great section. That turn 15, top right, top left there of that grandstand is where my dad sits. So he seems to know what he's doing when it comes to motor racing participation. And that is a good spot because you can get the beer underneath the grandstand and you can get to see them come underneath you at 16. And you can also see them in the distance at turn 1 coming down the hill to turn 2.
So watch for this in each race class. Going into turn 1, the person on the inside, pole position usually, takes a very defensive line, which is not the fastest line. Then the guy in second to the right of him or her comes way out wide and tries to do the over-under. And like I said, turn 1 is 6 lanes, and then right after the apex, it's about 3.5.
SVRA Speed Tour in action here at the Circuit of the Americas, and I've wanted to say this for a while. Wally Dallenbach will lead the field across the strip here at COTA. A full field for Group 10, and away they go. Dallenbach has the lead, and a clear lead at the moment. I don't think anybody's going to get to the first corner before him in that Ford Mustang Cobra, and sure enough, through into second place goes the number 29 of Samuel Lecomte in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Yeah, Sam Lecomte jumped up there in that stock car. So the rules are at green flag, you're not allowed to improve your position, but technically I didn't see him improve his position. He just got beside and then passed probably about 10 yards after the start-finish line as he's in second place in that Monte Carlo.
He might have dropped to third now because there's some definite jostling for position as they head through.
Oh, there's jostling for sure. Right there.
Oh, yes, somebody's off just at 6.
Is that 6 or 7?
Yeah, it's 6 going into 7. You're absolutely right. 6 is the right-hander. That's the left-hander. We've got one car off.
I think that was Sam Lecomte and David Furstand.
Yeah, but both have recovered by the looks of things. And down to turn 11 for the first time. That's Tim Horrell, yes. Yep. Tim Horrell and the Breathless racing car, the paraplegic you were mentioning. Really take my hats off to him. He does a hell of a job. Not being able to use his legs and yet is still getting out on a Sunday afternoon. An inspiration to anybody who's got their own problems to deal with. But Tim is avoiding that and going racing.
I believe he's leading in GT class in Trans Am points right now. His Porsche-Ferrari battle right here at the 12.
Here's a classic European matchup. Ferrari 458 Challenge Evo of Jack Bitton. And, of course, Ferrari also with both the 458 and just going through 15 there.
That's Debbie Cloud in that gray TA2 car. One of my favorite drivers in the series, super aggressive, really good, talented driver, loves being out there. But I'm glad we don't have her mic'd up because she can be yelling at some drivers in front of her.
Got the odd Corvette out there as well. Michael Zook doing a 228.2 in 5. I'll keep an eye on the times as well, see if they improve. Often in vintage racing, you'll see them improve from their qualifying position. But this is a good little battle starting to develop here.
Jack Bitton, Tim Harrell. And then Rick Jeffrey coming up in that number 8 car. Rick races with us in HTA, and now he's in a TA car from Wally Dallenbach Jr., 1985 Protofab, one of the most winning cars in Trans Am history. And then, like I said, that number 28 right there of Walt Brown of Brown's Automotive down there in Phoenix, Arizona area. They do some great restorations, and he's going to be coming in here and giving us some commentary in the next race, telling us about this race.
So it's Dallenbach, Bitton, and Horrell. Those are your top 3 at the moment. And then in 4th place, Jeffrey, Cloud in 5th, Zoch in 6th place, then Brown, Beck, and Johnson. That's your top 9. Everybody weaving through the S's section.
So that's Samuel Lecomte right there. He's the one that moved up to 2nd place and then got taken out. So it looks like he took some damage, but he's still out there.
Nice little view looking to the back of the circuit here. You can see how much real estate we've got here. That's where they do the big concerts. When you see Elton John or Lady Gaga or Taylor Swift, that's where they perform. On the back straight there.
So that's Michael Zoch, Z-O-C-H, in that 1996
Zoch
yellow Chevrolet Corvette, taking the lead down this back stretch. Samuel Lecomte getting a little sideways here, but it looks like Mark Martin might be coming up beside him.
Yeah. You know, and actually, don't be too far-fetched watching stock cars here at the Circuit of the Americas. They're coming in May. Get your tickets. NASCAR Cup Racing will be here at the Circuit of the Americas. And, well, we're just getting a little preview here with some of the classic. Number 6, right in the middle of that shot there.
That's a 1995 Ford Thunderbird, followed by the other number 6B of Gordon Johnson. Gordon Johnson, from the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, sells private airplanes, followed by Alan Davison in that Panos, John Cloud in the Rusty Wallace MGD car.
So Scott Borchetta always picks his cars nicely. He's out there. I think we just saw him in the Buick Regal.
I haven't seen him out there yet, that Marty Robbins car.
Yeah, 22.
No, I haven't seen him out there.
Okay.
Maybe because the TA2's coming up soon.
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe his crew couldn't get it going in time.
Yeah, he'll be in the TA2 class coming up for qualifying. Wally Dallenbach still leading from Jack Bitton and Tim Horrell.
Scott Borchetta, a big part of why IndyCar is coming to Nashville, Tennessee. He's a big music record executive there with Big Machine Records, Big Machine Vodka. And so if you're an IndyCar fan, you can thank Scott Borchetta for helping to bring them to Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, good point.
There he is, Wally Dallenbach Jr.
Yeah, and the Dallenbachs have a huge history of racing in America. And Wally Dallenbach was, I don't know if you've seen the film Uppity, but he's featured heavily in that. And, of course, Texas's own Willie T. Ribbs. That's what the movie's about. Watch it on Netflix. Give him a shout-out. Willie just down the road here at Driftwood. He may even be showing up this weekend. I don't know.
He's here. Yeah, I talked to him. He's coming in to join us in commentary.
Oh, well, it'd be
but
great.
What about the juxtaposition of Mark Balacco in that Ferrari right there with the stock car? You don't see that too often. A new Ferrari Challenge car and a stock car racing together on track.
So you're watching action from Group 10 in SVRA at the Circuit of the Americas. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action here on the app and around the world on the internet, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or on our app or on Facebook even. You're watching Wally Dallenbach, the great Wally Dallenbach, leading the field here in the Ford Mustang Cobra, the all-red Ford Mustang Cobra, and he's leading a 458 Challenge car of Jack Bitton. There it is. Just going through shot as we look down the front straight. The leader's coming through and already starting to catch some of the back markers here.
Great shot. You can really see all the angles and different apexes in this that you can't really see from the ground.
There's
there
my
it
Jaguar.
is. There's the Jaguar and the Ford GT350.
Classic America, classic UK. Side by side, drag race. We can do drag racing here. We've got enough room. Jaguar losing out on the big bore engine.
So Andrew right there in the Shelby, he actually owns Russo and Steel, the big auction company.
Okay.
Really great driver. He'll also be in Group 6 in a really nice black Mustang coupe. But this is a really pretty car here. Andrew Alcazar in the 1969 Shelby GT350, followed by Scott Young in my favorite car, the Jaguar E-Type, 1962.
Yeah, he's done something funky to the front though, because it doesn't look like he's put
He's
a
got a
spoiler
little,
on the front, hasn't he?
little air dam up there. That's probably why he's in Group 10, because to be in our production class, you have to keep it as it was. So just putting that little modification that probably adds some speed or some airflow will force him into Group 10.
Well, this is looking as though it's going to be an easy win here for Wally Dullenbach. There's only a couple of minutes left in this Group 10 race. High above the track here at the Circuit of the Americas. We're here with you all weekend long if you're just tuning in. And we hope to bring you some more great action. We've got the really competitive, highly competitive Trans Am Series coming your way. They qualify this afternoon and will race tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon in 2 100-mile races.
And if you're watching on Facebook or any social media channels, tell us what you want to see, who you're liking, who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. Leave us some comments, because we take those comments and we basically engineer our broadcasts around what you, the fans, want to see. As there it goes, a Ferrari Challenge car passing a stock car, something you just don't see
you don't see
every
very
day.
often, no, do you? He, of course, in second place at the moment. That's
Mark Balacco and John Cloud. And John Cloud's in the Rusty Wallace 1993 Pontiac and a 2012 Ferrari 458. I have that car in a slot car.
I was going to say, history in very different ways, but both very, very important marks in their own traditional way. Certainly for Ferrari, that has been a world beater, quite frankly, at Le Mans and around the world. They also have Ferrari Challenge cars, of course, a whole series of them. And, well, if you've ever watched NASCAR or stock car racing here in the States, you'll be well aware of those colors
And
the
Rusty
Pontiac
Wallace.
Grand Prix.
Yeah. John Cloud will be racing with us in TA2 later on in the day, and he also sometimes races a 1969 Boss 302 Mustang, and then that's his car in first place. He's letting his junior just show us how it's done.
And this is your leader on the last lap, number 44.
If you're wondering,
going through the gearbox for the last time. Sounds magical, doesn't it? Absolutely magical.
If you're wondering, his best time is a 2:16.
That's good.
0.54. I'd like to compare that to the new TA class cars.
Yep. So the Ford Mustang dives into turn 12, fire breathing as he heads towards 13 for the final time. And we can see from above here, here he is into 13. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him, but it won't concern him. And now living in the hills of Colorado, Wally Dullenbach Jr.
Yeah, you know, he's funny because he was a Trans Am champion, went and raced in NASCAR, then became a NASCAR commentator.
Yeah.
He has a hunting show.
Yep.
He's still a NASCAR commentator. He's out here racing with us at almost every event. It's like he lives 5 or 6 different lives in a lifetime.
Why not?
It's a way to do it.
Absolutely. His wife's a racing driver out here as well. There you go. So, final lap then, last corner coming up for Wally Dullenbach in the Ford Mustang Cobra to take victory. It will be in Group 10. Here he comes to the checkered flag, and another piece of history for the Dullenbach family as Wally takes the checkered flag in style. A massive lead. And we await for second and third place, but it should be Jack Bitten coming to the line in a moment to receive the checkered flag here at COTA. And there he is. in that Ferrari. Coming across the line in the Challenge Evo car 458. And then in third place, Tim Horrell in the Porsche. And he'll be out later to qualify for GTs in the Trans Am series. And then coming across the line in fourth place, Rick Jeffrey in the Chevrolet Camaro. And then Walter Brown takes the pink Chevrolet Camaro to fifth place ahead of Debbie Cloud and Michael Zock.
And remember, Walter Brown is going to be joining us here in the commentator booth. So if you have questions for him, please send us our way.
Yeah, feel free to get on social media. If you've got questions about any of the cars, we are going to be here all weekend. We can go and find. If we don't know the answer, we'll go and find it for you.
But my favorite class is coming up next, Jonathan.
That's Group 1, right?
Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B.
All right.
The
Looking
small
forward to
bore production cars and some of the Lotus 23's early kind of sports racer cars.
So we wind down with Wally as he comes down the slowdown lap here at the Circuit of the Americas after what was an emphatic victory in Group 10. Well done to him. His best time, a 2:16.054. And I know if the family are tuning in, they'll want to know that figure. Some bragging rights to be won. So confirmation of the result then. For Group 10, their feature race 1, and it's the Ford Mustang Cobra of Wally Dallenbach ahead of Jack Bitten in the Ferrari 458, Tim Horrell in the Porsche GT4, Rick Jeffrey in the Chevrolet Camaro, Walter Brown rounding out the top 5, then another Camaro in 6th, Debbie Cloud, Michael Zock in the Corvette. In 7th place, Samuel Lecomte in 8th position in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, Gordon Johnson in the Oldsmobile Cutlass, and the Panos GTS of Alan Davidson rounding out the top 10.
When the road calls, we answer with our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average. Haggerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
I travel a lot. Whether it's a meeting in New York or a car auction in LA, I trust only Passport Transport to deliver my car. With their up-to-the-minute GPS tracking system, I know exactly where my car is at all times. They take the extra step to secure my vehicle's safety, and their pickup and delivery service is truly door-to-door. With Passport Transport, I know my car's in good hands, because they're car guys too. I'm Roger Van Ness, CEO of Kemp Auto Museum, and this is why I'm a Passport Transport customer.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. We're getting ready for our next group coverage as another plane takes off from Austin Bergstrom Airport in the glorious city of Austin, Texas. And we are live here for the weekend. Ben Sissel and Jonathan Green bringing you the action of our SVRA and Trans Am action, as well as the Mazda Cup. Looking forward to that. The MX-5s, all identical. And in fact, we've got some good stories from that because we've got drivers like Tyler Casera, who came up from Mazdas and is now a bona fide Trans Am driver and winner, I may add, last time out at VIR, as we take a look at, I know, Ben's favorite group. Here we go. Take it away, Ben. What we got?
So, well, we're looking at Dave Bauman right there in a Toyota World Sports Racer. And this car right there kind of looks sore because it doesn't really fit in, but it's the best place that we could fit him. I wish they'd stay on that back car back there they were just at, because that's an Echidna Roadster. Only 3 ever made, and 3 are still racing. Right there is Jim Gewinner in a Lotus 23B.
Good name for a racer driver.
Willis Murphy, yeah, Gewinner. Willis Murphy Jr. in an Elva MK7S 1963. That's a really fast car. Watch out for these, and you'll see that they're just so low slung. They weigh almost nothing. They've got real skinny tires. They slide around everywhere. Nathan Thompson is in pole in the Ragogo Racing Lotus 23B that's usually piloted by the legend Doc Bundy, who is just getting over a major sickness with COVID. And then we've got Rob Davenport. You remember him from VIR in that beautiful Alfa Romeo. Now he's out there in a Datsun B210 with history. He's got a lot of history with that car. Really pretty car out there. That's the number 8A of Nicholas Clements, 356 Porsche Speedster. John Nash, we saw him in the Group 8. There's his identical Group 3 setup car. John Nash actually came through our school at Roebling Road just a few years ago, I think in 2017. And since then, he's been our Group 3 champion, I think, back to back to back.
Pretty car, isn't it?
And you get a shot right there of his wife. He's got his wife right there as his biggest fan, huge supporter. They're at almost every one of our races. And just you can't ask for nicer people. And she's always out there taking pictures with me of her husband, and she just has a blast. I think she has more fun watching the racing than her husband might in the race cars themselves.
I've been trying to work out what it is about Ben's knowledge of the cars, the wives, the everything else, and I now found out that he eats with them.
It's free
That's
food.
what he
I
does.
Had great tacos last night with my Formula 4 drivers. Yeah, you guys are missing out. So that number 66 right there is a Devon-bodied Echidna. It's a 1956 Chevy Coupe chassis.
Lotus next to it.
A Echidna body, really fast car. It's a special. It's our Group 4 car. That's Steven Steers. Only 3 were made, and all 3 are still racing. How cool is that?
Wow, that's impressive.
And then, so that you see that MGB, the orange car, that's my first shot. He's wearing a pumpkin helmet in my Halloween. My Halloween videos have become very famous because there's always a little surprise at the end. But this is, you alluded to, my favorite group. These are the small bore production cars. I love British cars. There's lots of British cars in here. And these are not the fastest of cars by any means, but they're just so much fun to watch. Very common cars like the Austin Healey Sprite, the Triumph Spitfire, the Austin Mini Cooper. There's a Lotus 11, which most people don't know this, but that's actually Tony Perella's favorite car. Mr. Corvette, Tony Perella, his favorite car. Then you have to love this car, the SVRA Blue Lotus 23B of Nathan Thompson. If you paint your car SVRA blue, we take a second off your qualifying time. That's a joke. That's Travis Ingen. We've been talking about him all day. This is his 3rd race of the day, and that's number 1, Lotus 23. He's starting 2nd place. As they come out in what we call the pre-grid, and they come out and do kind of like a lap behind the pace car to group up to take the green flag. They are taking the green flag down the straightaway, and that's for safety so that they don't all hit top speed at turn 1. And so you'll see him, the cameraman will pan back and zoom back, and he will be able to show us the green flag at the start.
Nicholas Clements just heading out in his Porsche Roadster.
Well, let's go through the list as we have some time, because we've got, looks like 39 cars in this. Nathan Thompson starting pole in the number 24 Lotus 23B. He's in Group 5. Travis Engen in Group 5 in a Lotus 23B. Willis Murphy Jr. in a Group 5. Elva MK, which means Mark 7S, 1963. Jim Gowinner, Group 5 in a Lotus 23B. Then we're Steven Steers in a Group 4 Echidna Roadster, 1958. David Bauman in a Group 5, 1997 Toyota World Sports Racer. And then my favorite cars are always the MGs and the MGAs. I have an MGA, but we've got a multiple national champion in SCCA, Kent Prather. You've heard of Prather Engines out of, I think, Topeka, Kansas. He makes really good MGA, MGB engines, and he's out there racing with us in a 62. John Nash, we talked about him in the Lotus 7. Nicholas Clements in a Group 3 Porsche 356B. Rob Davenport in the Datsun 210. Marcus Pillion. Marcus just started vintage racing about 4 years ago, always in this Porsche 356B Coupe. He's very fast, really pretty car, and he co-drives with his wife. Stefan Schluter in a Porsche 914. Scott Frazier, last year's Group 1 champion, in his what I call Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite, because it's the color of Kermit. Paul Conkle, unfortunately, won't be out in today's race. We were helping him with his transmission. Broke his transmission, had to pull his engine in his MGB. John Hamilton in MGB. Steve Sannett, Colby Lemons in an Austin Mini Cooper. Charles Brem in a Triumph Spitfire. David Lee, Austin Healey Sprite. Peter Sandy, Austin Healey Sprite. Ted Melody in an MGB. Lou Marchant She is in an MGA, a really great MGA. She's from Texas. Pierce Gormley in a Ford Lotus Katina, beautiful car. James Dean, Porsche 914.
James Dean? Is he back?
No, but this James Dean's also in a Porsche. Hope that wasn't too dark of a joke. Doug Radix is in a beautiful Mercedes-Benz 190 SL. Doug Radix is in the auto body industry, so he always has the best paint job on that car. You don't often see a Mercedes 190 SL racing with us. Susan Patterson in a Jannetta. I've got a great story about Susan we'll tell throughout this. Ken Morris in an MGB. Jeffrey Walker. John Lemons, Robert McKenzie in a Triumph Spitfire, great racer. David Hopkins, Austin Healey Sprite. Roger Williams, MG. Stephen Hetzke, MG Midget from CVAR. Marcus Hoffman in another Austin Healey Sprite. Jack Williams, Peter Glaw, and Perry Tennell. And what I mean by CVAR is that's Corinthians Vintage Auto Racing out of Texas, a great vintage auto racing club that's also joined us for this event. We've got a lot of CVAR drivers out here, and we welcome them. Thanks for coming out and bringing the big numbers, the CVAR Club. If you're looking at vintage racing in the Texas area, please look at CVAR, a great club. Races out of Oklahoma and the Texas, Louisiana areas.
So as you can see, the field gathering together here for the next race of Group 1, 3, 4, 5B. That's all the groups involved in this race. A massive field of great cars, including the classic Austin Healey's, Coopers, Porsches, Fords, MGs, you name it. They're all out there. We've got the odd Lotus Le Mans and a Lotus 11 out there. Really looking forward to seeing that in action, and the odd Austin Healey. I've always been an Austin Healey Sprite man, and looking forward to the start of this one. The pace car will come back into the pit lane as they gather round turn 20 and now onto the main straight, and it will be Nathan Thompson who leads this field ahead of Travis Engen in the Lotus 23B to the left hand side. Alongside him,
green
and
flag.
Away goes the green flag, and away goes the racing here for our next race of SVRA. Up the hill they come here in the US Vintage National Championship, and immediately into the lead goes Nathan Thompson. And there's one of the young minis. I say young, there's one of the few minis in the group. Saw him practicing yesterday, one of two. There's the other one in the green and yellow.
I love that. I love that group of cars. You just can't get better looking cars than that. So I'll tell you something neat about this car we're watching here, this SVRA Blue Lotus 23B. There are 4 pedals because the steering column comes right between his feet. So he's got gas, brake, then he's got brake, clutch from right to left. So he doesn't have to reach across the steering column, and it's really neat. He also has on his steering wheel a little thing. I thought it was his radio button. I was asking Doc Bundy about it, but it actually sprays a fine mist of water onto the brakes. So he can spray a fine mist of water through an air.
Just to cool them down?
Just to cool them down. They pull no punches at Rigogo Racing, and Nathan Thompson is a fantastic driver, followed by Travis Engen. And it looks like the Elva that started third is back at fourth now.
Now that must have been a modern addition, because you wouldn't have been able to have the sophistication of blowing a mist of water on them back in the day, would you?
I think sometime in the 70s they came up with that. Doc Bundy's liked it ever since.
Okay, I'll take it. Doc
Bundy, the legendary IMSA road racer, and we're so happy that he's recovered from COVID. He's had a tough go of it, but we were happy to see him back at the track.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Doc Bundy, a legend here.
Jim Gewinner, Lotus 23B coming around turn 12. And those cars, man, they're just so light. Colin Chapman designed those cars to be light. Add lightness was his phrase, and we've got 3 Lotus 23Bs out front right now.
Well, we often talk about the competition between the drivers and obviously the marques, but we don't often talk about the designers themselves, like Chaparral and like Dan Gurney, and of course Colin Chapman. These were the pioneers of the design side of these cars. Lest they not be forgotten, because Texas itself was high on that end with some great designers and some great innovators in their time. You wonder where the Gurney flap comes from? Well, it's here.
Yeah.
In the United States.
Yeah, and Jim Hall with Chaparral,
yes.
West Texas. Some history out there. I like that Elva, though. I love Lotus 23s, and I'm wishing that Graham Edelman or Owen Edelman were out here this year in theirs. But then we go to the more production cars right there. We've got Nicholas Clements followed. Look at this. So the Echidna just got that, American horsepower coming down. But then he's got the American weight of that horsepower through the twisty bits. And watch Kent Prather out here in that white MGA to try to get around John Nash as we watch the Toyota come up. The Toyota's got to get heat in his tires. He's got some downforce in that car. Marcus Pillion right there. There goes Kermit, the Frog Eye Sprite. But there's the car, that Lotus 11. They don't get much prettier than that.
That's a beauty, isn't it? Lotus 11.
Lotus Cortina. I love that. Look at the smile on that Bug Eye Sprite. As we see Lou Marchant right there in her MGA. I hope her daughter Julia, shout out to Julia, comes out and races with us. She also races a red MGA. So we've got mother-daughter that are going to be racing at CVAR and SVRA.
Yeah, Doug Radix, I just noted him going through in the 190 SL at Mercedes-Benz, 1955, and that was, of course, a remarkable year
in
for Mercedes.
Yeah.
Because it was the same year, sadly, that they pulled out of motor racing, and now they may dominate Formula One, but few may know that they left motor racing for a long, long time after a big crash at the Le Mans race involving a Mercedes, and they, out of respect, decided that they would leave motor racing, and of course now they are right at the pinnacle again, and so an interesting year, 1955 for Mercedes-Benz, and we have a entry from that era in the 190 SL of Doug Radix. Look at this, 4 wide down the back straight here at COTA. Very different cars, very different marks, but all being competitive, but led by John Nash. Side by side. Oh, he cut the nose off there, didn't he, of the 25?
Yeah, Willis Murphy, I think he thought maybe that and gave it to him, and Kent Prather pounces on that, takes advantage of that 26A MGA. Kent Prather is a several-time SCCA champion, so look for him to move up front. And then I love seeing Jeff Jonk, Jessica's dad, in that Austin Healey, the big Healey. We don't see many big Healeys unless we go up north to Road America, and sometimes there's 5 of those running with us. So I'm so glad that he's down here. His first time at COTA, always a great driver. Father-daughter out here racing with us, and he's racing a big Healey. Pretty cars, but we just don't see him very often in racing.
Nathan Thompson is off to the races, an 8.9 second lead over Travis Engen already. Jim Gewinner, as you mentioned, in 3rd position. Willis Murphy Jr. still in 4th. And Steven Steers in 5th place. There's that Mercedes I was talking about.
That's a pretty
beautiful car,
yeah,
isn't
I hope
it?
you get up close to that, because Doug really keeps good care of that. He's a Concours winning auto body restoration shop. He makes us some really cool trophies, and he's racing really well with Lou Marchant, CVAR racer, in that new livery for her, British Racing Green MGA, as we see Marcus Pillion and Jeff Jonk come up the hills, followed by Scott Frazier. Look at the smile on that Bug Eye. Then we've got the Pumpkin.
Yes, it reminds me of my youth. Mum had a Triumph Spitfire. She'll be watching. I bet you enjoy that. She raced it pretty much harder than most of these guys as well. David Lee in the Austin Healey Sprite. That bright yellow with the black and red stripes. Heading down towards turn 2. And pursuing the number 76.
The livery on that car makes me want some McDonald's. And there's that Echidna. Only 3 exist, and 3 are still racing. How cool is that?
That is, and it sounds good too. You can hear it as it goes through its paces and through the gearbox. Oh, smooth as you like. Love it.
So if you're wondering what that is, basically in the back of Popular Mechanics in the 50s and 60s, you could order a Devon body, and you could order some chassis specs. So it's a chassis from a 1956 Chevy, he told me. It's a 1958 Chevy engine, I believe, a Devon body, and so it's called an Echidna.
Yeah, there was a lot of experimentation as well. I mean, obviously you've got the classic marks, but everybody was trying to find an advantage some way, some which way or other. So everybody was watching Europe, and everybody was watching America and seeing how cars would develop. The Japanese were yet to come into play, but everybody starting to do some experimental stuff in the garages of California and elsewhere.
Kent Prather right there. Really good race car driver. followed by Nicholas Clements in that 1960 Porsche 356.
That's a pretty car too.
Bathtub, as we call it.
That's a bit rude.
No,
I know what you mean, but
they're called tubs. Even the 356 guys call them tubs. They look like tubs.
Beautiful.
It's the car that Tom Cruise was chased in on his motorcycle in Top Gun.
That's right.
Yeah, by Kelly McGillis.
There you go.
Nathan Thompson, a really good driver. He also drives an SVRA Blue Lotus Elite with us that he just recently sold. He's the mechanic at Ragogo Racing, but since Doc Bundy couldn't race, Paul Rago was kind enough to let him come out here, give us some more numbers. And Paul did a fish fry for everybody in the paddock last night, completely free. Brings in a chef from Key West, top chef, and he at his paddock and does a fish fry. So Paul and Ragogo Racing, Garen, we thank you guys for that. Thank you for entertaining our paddock and feeding everybody with some gourmet fish. Rob Davenport and his dad's 210 right there.
Yep, a 1973 Datsun. Back with the leader. Nathan Thompson hasn't looked back. Hasn't been challenged either.
And look at that. That's what vintage racing is all about. That's a future vintage racer. Got the earplugs on, making sure they're safe, but having a great time. Thanks for bringing out. We've got a lot of fans here that are wearing protection and practicing Safe 6, wearing a mask and staying 6 feet apart. They're having a great time.
You've got to be careful when you say that. We've got a New Zealander cameraman out here. When you say Safe 6, he thinks it's something else, so you've got to be careful.
We welcome the Kiwi. That's a pretty car. Look at that.
Well, he's driven
smooth.
brilliantly.
Look at, you can see his hands. Look at how smooth Nathan is.
Yeah, he's not fighting it, is he?
No, you have to drive these cars very smooth, but that's going to, he's not scrubbing off any time because it's one corner, one turn for Nathan, doing a great job.
Well, coming up will be the final lap as we look at the all-orange 66A of Peter Claw. The Austin Healey Sprite. 1966. Good year, that. Willis Murphy in the Elva Mark 7S. It's great to see these historic cars not breaking down as well.
Yeah. Yeah, knock on wood. As a British car guy, I can say this. We don't see any lines of oil out there.
Nope. We don't need... we've got so many races to get through and so many competitors. Over 300 cars involved this weekend, guys. Incredible.
Oh, we got a race right here for second between Travis Engen and Jim Gewinner, both in Lotus 23Bs, equally yoked. Let's see if Travis Engen, with lap traffic coming around turn 2, can keep Jim behind him.
And their best laps, one a 2:34.9 by Engen and Gewinner getting a 2:34.6, so they're on identical pace. The leader now just having to side his way through traffic here. Oh, look at the body roll. Fantastic.
Yeah, there's a group of midget and sprite racers from CVAR who have all set up their cars to be very similar. So it's almost like a spec racing class in itself in CVAR with these little spridgets. Really fun to watch as we see the leader, Nathan Thompson, come around turn 11.
Yep, onto the back straight for the last time. He's got the Mini and the Sprite ahead of him. He'll get out of their way.
Because that's Robert McKenzie there in that Spitfire with the Mini having his own race.
It's interesting. You look at that square-shaped Mini and you'd never think it was a racing car. But that's had so much success in the likes of Paddy Holkirk in rally terms back in the day. And, of course, Mini Series now. One-make Mini Series now in Britain. And those classic Minis are a handful, I can assure you. But great racing cars in their own way.
Oh, yeah. So well balanced. All 4 tires are in the 4 corners. Front-wheel drive. Lots of fun to drive. I've had many Minis in my life.
How do you get in a Mini?
Actually, a buddy of mine that vintage races with us, we imported 6 from New Zealand. As we see that Elva come around turn 12, trying to give these midgets and spridgets a little bit of room. They saw them, and because they're in their own race, good friends from the CVAR group out here racing with each other.
So we've been watching Group 1, Group 3, Group 4 and 5B, their first race of the weekend. They'll have another chance to race again But coming towards the checkered flag now is your leader, Nathan Thompson. He's led all the way, and he's just about to pop out of turn 20. Here he comes to take the checkered flag in what has been an immaculate performance and display of racing by Nathan Thompson in the Lotus 23B.
Oh, I think Travis just got it.
That was nip and tuck, and Engen
place.
just gets him. Quite rightly, the 23B Lotus of Travis Engen just pips Jim Guinevere. Excuse me.
I gotta say that Travis Engen better thank the GMT crew for putting his transponder up the front of his car. Because had that transponder been, at the steering wheel, he'd have lost that race. That was by inches.
That was literally 0.065. Nothing between those two. That is really impressive. So there's your winner in the beautifully painted bright blue
SVRA
Lotus 23B.
blue.
SVRA blue, as you say, quite rightly.
Which I think is Ford Grabber blue.
Is that an official color?
Yeah, the Boss 302. Kind of Petty blue, Richard Petty blue.
Oh, okay, yep. So everybody gets to finish, and no real drama in that one, thankfully. Everybody's safely home, and they'll have a little tinker overnight, a little barbecue here at COTA, and enjoy the sunshine of what is a beautiful November day here in Austin, Texas. We welcome you from around the world, wherever you're tuning in, to our coverage of SVRA. We've got Trans Am qualifying coming up later in the day, not that far away now. In fact, local time, we have the MX-5 race, their first feature race at 3:40 p.m. Central Time here in Texas. And then TA2 will be in action for their qualifying, a 20-minute qualifying session. TA at 4:30, and at 10 to 5, 4:50 local time, the XGT and SGT GT cars will qualify. Nathan Thompson then in the Lotus. A clean sweep of the podium for Lotus 23Bs as Travis Engen and Jim Guinevere battling right to the very last few inches. Willis Murphy Jr. taking the Elva to 4th. Stephen Steers in 5th place. David Bowman in 6th in the Toyota. And John Nash in that lovely Lotus Super 7 in 7th place. Kent Prather in 8th position in the MGA, and the Porsche 356B Roadster of Nicholas Clements just ahead of Rob Davenport in that Datsun B210 taking 10th position for Rob.
When the road.
And like I said, they'll be in action again tomorrow.
We answer.
Join us then.
Hit the road. Text your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas as we get ready for our next group race. And it's Group 6 and 12A next. And you can hear the burbling of the engines as they get ready from pre-grid to go out.
Look at that, a Bizzarini. How often do we see those? Maybe once a year, maybe at this race. How cool is that? Ladies and gentlemen, Group 6, the fan favorite group with SVRA. That's a 1966 Bizzarini 5300 GT of John Budge.
Why would you say it's a fan favorite? Just because
so I help manage the SVRA social media, and I make a lot of the content and the videos. And anytime I post a Group 6, Group 12, those are the ones that get a lot of views. It's the American muscle cars, the Mustang, Camaro, basically Trans Am from 1966 to 1972 cars. Really fun to watch.
Well, this is the direct comparison. We're going to see the modern version of what was where it all started, really,
and there's
wasn't it?
something about Texans There are a lot of Texans that love these American muscle cars. We get a lot of them here at this race.
You mean loud and brash big bore engines?
And just a few years ago, we had to actually split up these groups here because we had so many of them. We had over 80, so we had to do 2 Group 6 races. A lot of fun, a lot of great cars out here. The ones that I really want to talk about are some of these cars that Phil Molachek and his group have brought in. That's one of them right there. That's the number 90. That's a GT350. Jim Click, Bob Bondurant car driven by David Lasco from Chicago. He's only been racing for about 5 years in vintage racing, but man, he is fast driving these cars. These are gold medallion cars. We'll get into that once the racing starts, but that's a real special car to be driving out there, and they're also very hard because they're prepared as they were. There's no like modern amenities in these cars, no modern brake pads or anything like that, so they're a lot tougher to drive.
Look at that. Corvette fans, take an eyeful of that. That's J.P. Griffith in the 1968 Corvette.
That's Rick Ortman. He's actually our Group 12 winner from 2019, and he came through our school, I believe, in 2018 at Roebling Road. And so you go through our school, and then you become a champion. There is Drew Alcazar right there in the Russo and Steele car we were talking about, and then followed by the number 92. That's a pretty car, that Camaro right there. That's Roger Williams in a 1968 Camaro RS, giving the thumbs up in his Alpine Stars gloves. It's a lot of power, a lot of horsepower about to come out on this track in Group 6, Group 12. We're about to have some fun.
Yeah, and you can see the fans enjoying it. Look at them all with their cameras out.
Yeah. I'm going to pick my favorite, always, is Scott Hawley, 1963 Jaguar E-Type.
I love the fact that I like the muscle cars for America and you like the British cars. That's ironic.
It is, based on our accents, right?
Maybe you a wannabe Brit and I'm a wannabe American. Who knows?
I just love them. Bruce Wing just went by in the Discount Tires Porsche. Gary Moore in a Cougar. You don't see many Mercury Cougars racing, and there he is out there racing with us. Really fun. So we've got 35 cars in this class, if you don't mind that I just run through it real quick.
Go ahead.
Scott Borchetta running pole in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. We've got Phil Lasco in position 3 in a Ford Mustang. Jerry Robinson is racing a Dodge Viper. Jerry Robinson had to replace the clutch. He worked all day Thursday to replace the clutch. David Kanicki in a Chevrolet Corvette. Scott Hawley in my favorite car, the Jaguar E-Type. Mark Hildebrandt in a Chevrolet Corvette. Jeff Lindstrom in 8th place in a Ford Mustang Coupe. Bruce Wing, we talked about him in the Discount Tire 1980 Porsche 911 SC. Mark McCallier in a 1971 Chevrolet Corvette. Joe Joe, I'm sorry, you got to teach me how to say your last name, in a Chevrolet Corvette. Gary Moore in the Mercury Cougar. Stephen Cole in a Chevrolet Corvette. Walt Brown has just joined us in the booth here, so we're going to get some graphics for Walt Brown, who used to race with us in Group 6. So, Walt, after I go through this, I'm going to ask you some questions. But you remember Walt in the pink car, the Pink Panther, out there with us in Group 10. Stephen Cole in the 1969, Hugh Butcher in the Ford Mustang, Steven Seitz, always one of my favorites, with CVAR in the Ford Mustang, missing his buddy Jeff Garrett out there, James Heck in the Chevrolet Corvette, John Fudge in the Bizzarini, really cool car, John Cloud in the Ford Dean in the Shelby Cobra, Carl Jannon in the Ford Mustang, John Bergendahl in the 1966 Mustang, John Scott in the 71 Corvette, David Lasco in the 66 Mustang, Phil Molachek in the 66 Shelby GT350 Gold Medallion, J.P. Griffith in a 1988 Group 12 Corvette, Sterling Molachek in a Gold Medallion GT350, Andrew Alcazar in the Russo and Steele Shelby GT350, Roger Williams in the Chevrolet Camaro RS from 68, Mark Hannafin in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28 from 1970, David Niddell, Corvette, John Furstand in a Boss 302, George Wright in a Corvette from 63, split window, Gene Hassel in a Ford Mustang, Daniel Haynes rounds it out, 35 cars in a 1970, Walter Brown, one of my favorite people, in vintage racing. Explain Group 6 to those who don't know.
Oh, gosh. Just watching the track, it's so exciting. Talk about a mix of American muscle. When you combine horsepower, excitement, and this track, Circuit of the Americas, and the Group 6 muscle has to be the funnest thing you've ever experienced in your life.
And I met you here, and we've had a love affair ever since. If you know Walt Brown, you know that he's always smiling, having a great time. He's racing that pink Camaro, but he's raced in HTA with us. He's raced in Group 6. We're going to let Jonathan take us on the green flag, but after we get past the first lap, you got to tell us all about racing the Pink Panther.
Oh, you got it. Jonathan, take us and let us have some fun. Big smile on your face. I love it.
Yep, Group 6, 12A, race the first of the weekend. We've got Walt Brown, we've got Ben Sissel here in the commentary booth. I'm Jonathan Green, and we are going racing again, led by the muscle cars. Some of the great classics. Here we go.
Do you hear those heartbeats? You can hear them from the room.
Yeah, you can. And I'll tell you what, that grandstand is rumbling to the sound as the green flag waves, and up the 133 feet they come. And the mighty Scott Borchetta in the Chevrolet Corvette leads the field and leads the pack into the first corner. Nicely done, Scott.
Yeah, that's Jerry Robinson and that green Viper with takes it from Phil Lasco in that new modern Group 12 Mustang, and we saw Gary Moore coming up with Bruce Wing, and that Porsche can outbreak him as they come down through the S's.
And 28A, that's Mark Hildebrand in the Chevrolet Corvette at the back there, but look at Scott Borchetta. Definitely putting that Corvette through its paces. This has got to be the hardest part of the course, isn't it? What?
Oh, it is definitely, but it's the most exciting part of the course because you get those tires and you get to slide a little bit. You can see some of these cars sliding, and you know the tires just aren't that heated up. And,
no.
and then as you come around on those inside, you hit the paint, and then the fun starts because those tires just slip and slide on the paint.
I get the feeling that once you go to historic racing, you never want to do any other form of racing, right?
Oh, Jonathan, you can't. It's so exciting. My wife has asked me to stop many times, and I'm just like, nope, it's not going to happen, my dear. It's too exciting. And talk about what SVRA has done across the country, because if you haven't been to an SVRA event, you got to stop everything you're doing. You've got to bring your family. This is an experience that is, it changes your family and your lifetime.
That's right, Scott Borchetta, 5 Chevrolet Corvette. That's a big block 427 that he and his team from Nashville, Tennessee are really getting out there, getting fast. Scott is a big part of why IndyCar is coming to the Music City Grand Prix this year in 2021, followed by Phil Lasco. Jerry Robinson, I think, dropped back to 4th. Jerry is actually coached and mentored by Bobby Archer of the Archer Brothers from the Trans Am series. But you're racing a Trans Am car. Tell us about racing that car here at COTA.
Well, Ben, for starters, did you see that right there? Scott Borchetta in a 60-year-old Corvette.
I know, I was just thinking that.
Leading the technology.
Yeah, 2013. You know, amazing, isn't it? Look at that.
This whole Trans Am series that started from historic Trans Am to the big slicks and all the way through, it's such an exciting, innovative. It just gets you so excited. I mean, look at the muscle car and that Mustang, Jonathan. It can't be 2-3 years old, and it's tailing that Mustang.
16. It's a 2016, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
That's amazing.
And that Viper too. The Viper's
that's a modern Viper too.
2 seconds behind that Corvette.
Well, Scott's, of course, just warming up because he's got to qualify TA2 fairly soon. Yep. And so Scott's just putting it through its paces. Here comes the Viper. You love a Viper from 11 to 12, I'm sure, with all that grunt.
Yeah, Jerry's running for our Group 12 championship in Enduro and in the sprint races. But, Walter, we've been friends for a long time. I follow you on Facebook. You are just living the dream. But tell us about Brown's Automotives and some of these resto mods that you take to auction.
Well, we build resto mods that really are investment grade. When you combine horsepower, sex appeal, and modern technology in a 1950s, 1960s, 1970s car, and it's really the innovation because everybody likes the new technology. But look at that picture right there is such a great example. I mean, look at that Corvette and that Mustang's just trying. You can hear the Mustang just like when I was in there when I was chasing down the guy that was in front of me. I was jumping up and down in the car going, come on, faster, faster, faster.
And it's a long old straight, isn't it? It's deceptive.
Oh, God. And then you go from there that you slam on the brakes as hard as you can slam them.
Throw everything out.
Watch Bruce Wing here in that discount tire Porsche. He's got a huge brake advantage over the number 16 Corvette right there of Stephen Cole, but then Cole should be able to get him on these long straights. This is a good balanced track, isn't it, Walter?
Yes. This track is my favorite in the country because you combine a big, beautiful long track with a beautiful city of Austin.
Yeah.
And really what you guys have done with SVRA, I can't wait to see this in 3 years when the entire stands are filled.
Yeah.
When I did my cool-down lap when I was pulling off, there were sections of people standing up, applauding and cheering me on. And it was just so exciting. I mean,
we were saying earlier, when they built this circuit, everybody went, motor racing, Austin, Texas, and now out of the woodwork, literally, we are seeing the true blue Texan fans, and not just Texas fans, but you really see the depth and love of the automobile that Texas and California share, and so many other states. But Texas, I don't think people realize just how passionate Texans are about their cars.
And Jonathan, let me tell you what happened. I've seen it 30 times yesterday and today. These families, they're with their younger kids and middle-aged kids, and they go up to see a car, and what we do is we put them in the car. We set them down in the car, and we take pictures of them.
Yeah.
And the families, when they walk away, they just go, thank you so much, and they're just so happy. And little 4-year-old, little 7-year-old, 10-year-old, and they're like, Daddy, I want to be a race car driver when I grow up.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And that's how we do it, right? You got to kind of go one person at a time as we watch Gary Moore go through there in his Mercury Cougar. And look at this Bizzarini, and you know the driver of that car very well, but how cool is it? I've been a car person my whole life, but every big event I come to, there's always one car that I'm like, what in the world is that?
Well, Chip Fudge owns that car, and he continues to get better in driving. He really is a car aficionado. And I don't know what that car's worth, but I promise you, if everyone knew what it was worth, they'd go, why are you racing?
Yeah, exactly.
And Chip just loves what SVRA does all across the country. I mean, I've seen him go from Florida at Sebring all the way over to the West Coast at Laguna Seca, and I think you guys got a big schedule planned for next year, and even a couple of those are back-to-back, so we're excited about it.
Yeah, we got a really fascinating schedule. If you haven't seen it, download the app and head down and have a look at the SVRA 2021 schedule, which takes us to almost, I would argue, every iconic circuit in America, including here at COTA, Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, Homestead, Sebring. I mean, it doesn't get any better. And so excited for the championship. Dean Vincent in the Shelby Cobra.
So, Walt, you're racing with Chris Hines and Dean Vincent right there. Chris Hines, always known as being one of the fastest Group 6 racers as we watch these gold medallions of the Molecheks come down. So what's it like to race in the aero lane and having Chris kind of coach you and get you to be faster?
You know, Chris it was amazing and still is an amazing driver, but it's really cool because we get to go after every session. Chris brings us in the motorhome, takes these technology cameras, and sits us down and says, guys, why did you let off the gas there? Why did you hit the brake there?
Sometimes he yells at you.
Oh, no, he's barked at me, and he goes, what was that?
Yeah, I've seen it. But that's something we were talking about, like you can do these kind of arrive and drive programs. So you're not towing the car here. Thank you. You're kind of flying in, and he's taking care of it. And there's a whole group of cars and companies that do that. So for drivers like you that you can just fly in, and they're teaching how to get faster, and you can just enjoy it without, because you're a busy man, without having to do all the days of travel to get here. Explain that as a customer.
Well, AeroLane provides the best service in the country, and what they do is they make sure it's safe. You know, as you know, Ruth, I'm married to a surgeon. She's a little timid when it comes to this stuff, but AeroLane, they literally manage the car, oversee the car, check the car, and make sure, one, that it's period correct, two, that it can pass tech, because the safety is big, and everyone out there, every car out there has passed tech, and everybody knows they're going to be safe. Now, that doesn't mean sometimes something happens, as you've seen, Ben. I've ended up spinning around a couple of times and then went whoop, jumped back on the tracks. At Aerolane, and there's a whole bunch of great companies out there that do this in all groups. So if you're thinking about racing, get in touch with SVRA, and I promise you they can help you determine the right car, the right class, the right group, and really the right company that can provide you all that you need for your racing desires.
And to win a gold helmet, right?
Yes, and I've got my medal on.
He's got
right
a medal
now.
on, but you won a helmet in 18?
Yes, sir.
So that means he won our national championship here at COTA in 2018 in the Pink Panther. And that means he's the best racer in Group 10 in vintage racing across the nation.
You're watching Scott Borchetta leading the way by some 7 seconds now ahead of Phil Lasco in a far more modern Ford Mustang than the Chevrolet Corvette that Borchetta is pedaling. But it's been a great watch so far, and there's more to come. One final lap, though, and Scott Borchetta just warming himself up for his TA2 run. Scott very generously shared his collection with me during the lockdown, and that was a sight to be seen. And I know you're very familiar with this, Ben, because you're from Tennessee too. But Scott, of course, a big collector of cars, and he had a Zoom meeting with me as he took part in the E-Championship, and a fantastic collection. I've now found my favorite car out there. It is the number 9 of Yana Griffith in another Corvette, but the Corvette from 1964. Not this one. That's pretty cool, but the one that Yana is driving, really impressive. But look at Scott Borchetta, world of his own at the moment, and that's got to be fun.
Oh, you know he's getting ready to hit about 180 miles an hour down this straightaway, and then all of a sudden he's slamming on the brakes and making that hard left. He's thinking, final lap, I do not want to make a mistake. I do not want to let this car slip and slide. And now it's just time to finish up so I can get in that Trans Am 2 car. Ben, I'm thinking about that. Seriously.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'd love to see you in some TA2 stuff. That'd be great. It'd be a great progression, too, because I've seen you kind of go through, everything. I love it. But, Walt, thank you so much for coming by. You're going to be awesome.
Thank you, Walt. Yeah.
Thank
He's
you,
wearing
guys.
a gold medal.
Keep up the great work, SVRA, and can't emphasize enough, it's a family event. Bring your friends, your family. If you haven't been to one, take the time to make it happen.
Nice. Thanks, Walt.
Thanks, Walt Brand. You've been hearing him talking about this group race, Group 6, and it's going to be won by Scott Borchetta. He's just got one more turn to go before he takes the checkered flag in his first race of the weekend, but he's got plenty more to come. He's going to be a busy bee, the man from Nashville, Tennessee, and here he comes to take the checkered flag in that Corvette. Scott Borchetta then wins in the 1972 red, white, and black. 4-2-7, and in second place, coming across the line now, Phil Lasco takes second place, and David Kunicki in third, Jerry Robinson in fourth place, Mark Hildebrand in fifth, and Jeff Lindstrom in sixth place. Bruce Wing taking seventh, and Stephen Cole in the Corvette is eighth. Gary Moore in the end did make the top 10, good for him, in the Cougar, and just rounding out the top 10, James Heck in the black and gold Corvette. But well done to Scott Borchetta. Like I said, he'll be one of our contenders. He's already had a podium in TA2, started racing. He's been a champion in SVRA, has Scott, but he's now just started with TA2, but so far has equipped himself well.
I've never seen somebody get so fast so quick.
Well, he puts in the hours.
We live in the same city, and I follow him on social media, and he's one of the hardest working people that I know. He runs a huge record label out of Nashville. He does so much philanthropy. Seems like he's always dedicating a wing of a children's hospital.
How much sponsorship is he doing now?
He's given so much sponsorship, but then he spends a lot of time. We saw how much time he spent on the Sims. I see how much time he's working to be a good road racer, and now it's showing. He was our Group 6, Group 10 champion for the last 2 years. Now he's in TA2, and I think in 2021 he's going to be running for a championship in Big Machine Vodka.
I think you're absolutely right.
Hey, and I've got some special news. Rob Davenport in that the B210 from the last race is going to be joining us in the next race, which is groups 5, 7, and 11. And I believe he finished second in that race, and we were talking about him quite a bit, but that car has a lot of history, so I'm hoping that Rob Davenport joins us in the booth for the next race.
Perfect. So Scott Borchetta on his slow-down lap, enjoying every minute of it. He'll be starting to think ahead, though, now, because he's got to think to himself, right, I've got to get out of this car, jump out of the next one, towel myself down a little bit because it's hot out there, and start to think about not waving to the crowd, but waving to his mechanic in the TA2 car coming up. He's got Edward Savagian as his teammate, a Texan who was on the podium here last year. Looking forward to that. And the TA2 field, without doubt, one of the most competitive we've had in years. And the championship, wide open. Mike Skeens had a very successful run here in 2020, but it's not over by any means yet. So a good performance and a dominant performance.
Let the feelings take control. 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 Mama told me to be loved. The feelings take control.
For those who crave control,
The feelings
Alfa Romeo,
control.
the mechanics of emotion.
Welcome back to Austin, Texas, the home of the Circuit of the Americas, opened in 2012, but open to all, and quite literally, bikes and cars, rallycross, you name it. And today, it's the turn of SVRA, a little bit of classic vintage car racing. And I say a little bit, it's the biggest event in the United States. We have over 300 cars here for the U.S. Vintage National Championship. It's known as the Speed Tour. And one of the top men involved in getting it all together, he pretty much does every job except drive the cars, and that is Ben Sissel. And Ben, well, another group, another bunch of different, very different cars. Tell us a little bit more about what we've got about to see in action.
So it llooks like this is our Group 5A, 7, and 11. The only Group 11 car that I think, well, no, we've got two Group 11 cars, but that Audi R8 of Travis Engen, which is a 2005 Audi R8, part of the team that won Le Mans, I think, 3 years in a row. Travis Engen's going to be driving that car, but then we've got a lot of sports racers, which is some of our most competitive. You can see in the background there's a Radical. I can't see a number on that, but that's what's called a Radical. You can see Jessica Jonk. We were talking about her taking pictures. There's a number 89 of a Sports 2000 racer, one of our most competitive classes in vintage racing. It's basically 2-liter go-karts with a little bit of body work, and so all the cars are set up very equally. It's a driver's class, really fun. Speaking of drivers, we've got second place finisher from the Group 1, 3, 4, 5 race, Rob Davenport in here. Tell us about what you're thinking when you're sitting at the false grid before a race.
Well, you just kind of want to get going because you're hot. You know, when you sit down there and maybe you're running 10 or 15 minutes behind, it gets warm in the car. But your nerves really aren't too intense. I think I get more nervous getting suited up, 30, 45 minutes prior to a race, but you're pretty laser focused down there.
So tell us about, you're in that 210. It has a ton of history. You're out there racing wheel to wheel. We were talking about how beautiful the Alfa Romeo was that you raced with us at VIR. It was at Indy a few years ago when we had just met. We were sitting at an auction, and I was talking to you about how many cars you have. Then you just start raising your hand and you buy another one.
Well,
how many cars do you have?
That was a friend of mine that bought 3 cars at that auction. I only have the B210, which is a 1973 Datsun B210. That's my dad's 3-time national championship car. I've got a 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV B sedan car, which is the car that he started racing in vintage racing after his after his SCCA days and IMSA days ended. And then I've got a little 67 Alfa Duetto that I cruise around in the neighborhood. So just 3 cars.
Well, let me ask you about that, Datsun, because, you said it's a 3-time national winning car. I've been asking Ben the same question. How different, in terms of preparation and in terms of what you can and can't use, are the car that your father drove and the car that you're driving now?
I would say it is very, very, very similar.
Right.
There may be a few changes here and there, but really it's pretty much the exact same car as when the car rolled off of Road Atlanta in 1979 after my dad had won his 3rd national championship. So here's what's interesting about the B210, and not many people realize this. It was actually a more successful SCCA championship car than the 510.
Wow.
So the B210 won the national championship in 74 with Devendorf behind the wheel, in 75 with Devendorf, 76 with Damon Pleasant, Dick Davenport 77, 78, 79. That's 6 years in a row.
Wow.
For a B210. Now, I don't think a Datsun 510 won 6 in a row.
No.
So what is the platform? Tell us what size engine is it?
Okay,
what kind
so
of chassis?
back then they started off with 1,300cc motors back in probably 74, 75, and then they eventually went to a 1,400cc motor. And then you could climb up to a 1,500cc motor in 79, and of course then the classes changed when they went to the GT5, GT4, GT3, and 80, etc. So, it's a 1,500cc motor in that car. It puts out about 175 horsepower. It weighs about 1,720 pounds without driver. I need to lose like 30 pounds. I just got weighed on that scale. That car's like 70 pounds heavy.
It's downforce, right?
But here's the deal. That car is so cool, and it's so special to me, but possible if it wasn't for Don Preston. Don Preston is a name that, the guys that were around in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they know that name. But you know how many national championships Don Preston has? 32.
No.
Don Preston has been involved in 32 national championships. The first 3 were my dad.
That's crazy.
The first 3 were my dad. Dwayne Davis. He helped Dwayne Davis with 11 national championships.
Wow.
Pete Peterson, 8 national championships. He has 32. Donnie built... Atlantic came out, or Toyota Atlantic, I think it was called. Remember the Toyota Atlantic series?
Yeah.
They had 100 motors for Don to build.
Wow. Well, hold on, Rob. We're going to get back to you after this race, but I'm going to send it over to Johnny to bring us through to the green flag, because we've got some great racing out here, and I got a great story about Fritz Seidel in his 2004 Car Beer, and expect him. He's right now in the first position in Group 5, starting 4th.
Well, as you can see, the cars all now progressing out of turn 18 towards turn 19. The lights are off on the safety car, which means we're going racing here. This is Group 5A 7 and 11, and I don't mean 7-11, I mean 7 and 11. But here we go. We are up against Audi R8s, Panos, and Lolas. That's the lead group here. Who will make it up the hill first, I wonder? That Audi R8 looking pretty resplendent with the lights on the right-hand side of your screen. But alongside in the Panos of Mark Stratford. And the green flag will wave any moment, and they will roar into action here at COTA. And away they go! And a good start by the Audi R8. And that was a splendid start by Travis Engen. Well, he's probably had the most practice of starts today by anybody. He seems to have been out there in every race so far. But another good, clean start here for our next Group 5A, 7 and 11. And boys, what do you think? It's always, I'm going to ask you, all that first corner, if you get through there, you can kind of just breathe a little, right?
The first corner is really pretty tricky. I mean, everyone needs to stay in their lane and be smart in vintage racing. There's too much to lose at turn 1, so we all have to be safe out there at turn 1. It is by far the scariest part of the race.
Well, Fritz Seidel, who I said was going to really move up, he found himself going way back. Robert Hemke, one of our best drivers. We saw him in the Formula Junior 1959 Cooper earlier. He's in a 1971 Lola T212 as Travis Engen, who this is his 4th race we've seen him in. Leads through turn 11 over Mark Stratford in the 2006 Panos, followed by Kurt Leverton with Wolf Racing and his Group 7, leading Group 7 in a 1974 Lola from Des Moines, Iowa.
Good strong group as they all exit out of 11 and down the long back straight of 12, which I'm sure, if I were a racing driver, would feel like it goes on forever. And then suddenly, before you know where you are, you're doing a full workout on the brake pedal, diving it into turn 12, and it is full anchors at 12. And if you miss your braking point there, there's no going back, is there?
No, and that's just a wedge right there of Kurt Liverton, and then followed by the Radical right there. One of Johnny Cannabis in the 2012 Radical SR8. Radical Cup races with us quite a bit, followed by Robert Hemke in that Lola. And Robert, watch for Robert to move up. He's really fast. He drives the Purple People Eater Minis with us. He's got the Formula Junior. He's been driving momentum cars for years. So once you put somebody from a momentum car into a horsepower car, they're really fast, aren't they, Rob?
Well, that's pretty impressive. You know, for him to go from those different types of cars to this, those other cars lean. These cars have no lean. They are like slot cars. You know, I've got my hands full of the Datsun because the car will lean and it will move all around on me. These look like a lot of fun to drive. I'd like to drive one of these slot cars.
Yeah. So that 02 right there on the left is Fritz Seidel. Molly Seidel qualified for the 2021 Japan Olympics as a marathon runner, and she's never run a marathon. She's a long, always doing 10Ks. She's a Saucony Shoes sponsor, and so during the qualify, she ran up. She started 450th, started mid-pack, finished second at Boston, and
wow.
She's now going to be in the 2021 Olympics representing the USA. So we just want to say Molly Seidel, SVRA loves you.
Yeah.
Call us. We'd love to put a SVRA logo on anything for a sponsorship.
Yeah.
And your dad is fast in a car, and now we're hoping that you're fast in shoes.
Yeah, well, she's proved it already, I think.
That's pretty impressive. I was exhausted after 8 laps.
Yeah.
I wasn't even running.
Yeah, so that's Fritz right there and his daughter Molly. We're going to all be cheering for her in the 2021 Olympics in Japan that had to get rescheduled due to COVID. But we've got a good race shaping up here in our Group 5, 7, and 11. So to this, but in a Group 1 or 3 car, this long straight, you could grab a snack or check your texts.
You know, it's actually very exciting. I am coming out of that turn in turn 1. I'm going all through the gears. We're turning about 8,700 RPMs at the end of that straightaway. That little Datsun B210, we set the rev limiter to 9,000. Now back in the day,
and it survives?
Oh yeah, back in the day they ran those cars up to 9,500.
Did they really?
Yeah. So we had to change rear ends yesterday, and we had a clutch issue, so we did put a different rear end in, which makes the car. But at the end of the straightaway, we're going about 8,700 RPMs, and I think probably 130 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
Look at that DB5 Swift drifting through the all red. That's a 1992 version. As we look high and above, look at these little pockets of battles we've got going on here. Look at this 5-way battle coming through the complex, the triple apex, the reverse turkey. And if you know your motor racing, you know what I'm talking about. But the Istanbul circuit, which will be in Formula One next weekend, has a similar corner, which was copied from, but it goes the other way. But it's a very, very fast turn 8, and you'll see it in action on ESPN next week. But that's what that is shaped after. And then we head down the straight here at COTA again, and we're looking at the number 95 of Mark Stratford.
This is my favorite part of vintage racing. I think, Rob, you can attest to this, because vintage racing is not about winning. It's sometimes the best racing is in mid-pack or the back of the pack, and it's a group of friends that have known each other sometimes for 30 or 50 years, having the time of their lives, living the dream, getting to race at world class.
So very true. These guys are having a really great race right now. There's 4 or 5 cars all together. It is what's fun. I mean, some of the faster cars just take off, but you do get a lot of mid-pack racing, and it is fun, it's clean, and it's safe, and, you know, it's just it's a whole lot of fun. Speaking of the B210, we've got another one coming. We have the team car coming out next year, the ex-Frank Carney car, tribute car. Frank Carney was the teammate to Dick Davenport. Carney was the founder of Pizza Hut out of Wichita, Kansas.
I've heard of that.
That's how all this started in Wichita back in the day. So we have the team car, and guess who's going to drive it?
His son. Oh,
Trevor
awesome.
Carney.
Oh.
So we're going to have a Davenport in the old Davenport car. We're going to have a Carney in the old Carney car, and we're going to have the team back.
That's great.
You got to tell us when you're coming to the first race because we'll make sure we make a feature of it, of our
that's
live
nice.
stream. So if you're watching our live stream right now on our social media channels or app, leave some comments. If you have any questions or if you want to tell us what you'd like to see more or less of, please leave a comment. Rob Davenport finished second in his first race. We hope to see you with the gold helmet. Thank you so much for joining us.
I got a silver medal on my birthday.
What are you going to do
It's your
tonight?
birthday?
It's my birthday
Oh,
today.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Yeah,
man.
54 years young.
There you go. There's hope for all of us.
What a great way to spend your birthday, right?
Yeah,
What are you
is
going to
this
do to the
COTA?
car tonight? I mean, you've got to celebrate your birthday, but
We
what are they
are
going to do to the car?
cooking we're cooking a big beef tenderloin. We're going to have a little party back at the house.
Nice.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
very much.
silver. We want gold tomorrow.
There you go. I'll
Rob,
try
you're
my
awesome,
best.
man. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Very good stuff. So that's great. Birthday boy gets the prize, and he's having a beef tenderloin tonight here at the Circuit of the Americas. That couldn't be more Texas.
Yeah, how cool is that? I didn't even know it was his birthday
No,
when I
didn't.
asked him to come in
nice,
here.
Nice move.
Yeah.
It's like you planned it.
So Travis Engen still in first place in that beautiful
He's got a good gap, too.
2005.
9.8 seconds now to second place Mark Stratford.
So that's who I was talking about earlier, who's Travis Engen is in great shape. He's an avid swimmer, but really I think he's a swimmer because he wants to stay in great shape so he can drive these high G-force cars.
Sure. And you do need to be in good shape. These are actually some of these cars are more demanding than a modern car because there's no help. Like I said, you're stomping on the brake coming into turn 12, and you really are stomping on the brake. There's no ABS. You've got to do it.
Yeah. As we watch Jeffrey Anderson come up the hill in his Group 7 U2 1971 Lola T212, beautiful car. Basically, it looks like a wedge of cheese. That's just like a kind of a sports racer type
It's
car.
a Wisconsin car,
Yeah,
is it?
Large, thick tires. Yeah, exactly. But it's really fun to watch.
We're watching Group 5A, 7, and 11. And coming up, if you're interested in what we've got coming up in the future, we've got the MX-5. You don't want to miss that. One of the most competitive championships in America. And then we go into qualifying for the Trans Am Series. And I know Trans Am fans have been waiting all day for that. And we look forward to that because I've been talking to some of the guys, and it's highly competitive. All 4 championships are wide open, and the MX-5s always put on a great show, and their championship, too, is one of the most competitive in the United States. So we're looking high above here, and Travis Engen at the moment with a very strong lead at the moment over Mark Stratford in the Panos. They started off that way, the Audi R8 LMP, which is... We've talked about marques that have been so successful, like the 458 Ferrari. Well, that Audi R8 LMP in its day was a monster around the world when it came to racing. And Audi had its day for sure. I remember talking to Alan McNish, who was one of the Le Mans drivers for Audi in its heyday. And just couldn't believe that he had arrived in the sports car world when Audi decided to go big and go strong, and they never looked back. And you can hear from the sound of that car, it's absolutely glorious. The 2005 version of the LMP. Just planted everywhere it goes. It never looks out of control. Very rarely gets the wiggle on. If you look at the side of that car, if you come down to the paddock here at the Circuit of the Americas, all the drivers' names, all the wins it's had are on the side of the car. And of course they went into the diesel era as well, and they were successful in that. But this really was a glorious time for sports car racing for Audi. They since pulled out of the sports car series, but of course Audi's racing around the world to great success. But I think that era in the mid-90s and on through to the early 2000s and mid-2000s was a very successful era for them. Final lap then, and Travis Engen on his way to what will be a dominant victory and takes the checkered flag and never looked back from pole position. And look at the gap. It's going to be a while before we see the second man over the line, and that will be the number 95 of the Panos Elan DP02. And here he comes. Mark Stratford then takes the checkered flag in second place. And we're just waiting for third place, Kurt Levington, to come across the line in the Lola T294 as the Audi just drifts through the S's now at slow speed, lights on, taking the applause of the fans here as the rest of the field takes the checkered flag here as we finish our Group 5A, 7 and 11 first race. And our thanks to Herb Brown and Rob Davenport coming in here to join us. I'm Jonathan Green, and alongside me, Ben Sissel, who's back in the booth. Where have you been, Ben? What have you been up to?
Oh, I was just trying to get some sheets and figure out this Mazda race, because I tell you what, we've been watching practices. It is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, it should be good. And would you say, would it be fair to say, I mean, in historic terms, we were talking last time out at VIR about how popular they are, but in modern terms, which is what we're about to see, this is like one of the most competitive and popular race series in America.
Mazda has created this platform, the Miata, the MX-5, that is near perfect. And there's a joke in SCCA that the answer is Miata, because everybody's like, what should I start in? What should I race? What's the most fun race? What's the most competitive racing? And it seems like the answer is always Miata. And Mazda just did a really good job in my mind. In 1989, when the Miata came out, they just took the best of British cars again, like a Sprite or a Lotus Elan, and made it into a nice little affordable roadster. That was the secret, because
that's a
entry into Miatas is really low, and they're really easy to work on, but super reliable.
So then, Travis Egan takes the win in the Audi R8, Mark Stratford second, Kurt Levington in third, Robert Homenke in fourth position, Turnbow in fifth, Fritz Seidel in sixth place. Best of luck in the Olympics to his daughter. Johnny Canavas in seventh, Paul Reed eighth, and Edward Gunther in ninth position. Glenn Bryant rounds out the top 10 in the Lola T88. And that's the top 10 for our Group 5A, 7 and 11. Well done to Travis. Busy day. He's going to need some rest at the end of the day if he's going to do it all again tomorrow. But he deserves it. And he certainly knows the track now, if he didn't before. Delighted to say that Travis will be in action again. And we've got more racing to come. As we mentioned, the MX-5 Challenge Series, the Spec Miata Series coming your way. And that will be followed by our qualifying for Trans Am.
Land Rover has reimagined an icon, and in doing so, has created an SUV for the 21st century. Challenged in the most demanding of terrains, not only did the new Defender survive, it thrived. We knew the only way to honor its heritage was to design a vehicle built for a new breed of explorers, as we reinvent the future of adventuring together. This is what makes the new Defender capable of great things. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, windingroadracing.com, a big name here in Austin, Texas. And they are very much in the forefront of this racing. And this is a one-spec MX-5 championship. And Ben, as you said earlier, if you want to know what you want to start racing in, and I have to say, I went to Harris Hill just a year ago or so and took myself out in one of these with an instructor. And I had the time of my life. Absolutely so much fun. It's basically a glorified go-kart. And I don't mean that rudely to Mazda, but I mean it's what it feels like when you're racing one, or at least trying to push one. because everything a go-kart can do, this Mazda can do. It is therefore very forgiving, but also a lot of fun. It feels like you're going way faster than you are. But these cars,
they're pumped up. Look at that.
They are pumped up.
But, you know, when anybody ever asks me, like a lot of our Group 6 or muscle car guys, even Trans Am people, what can I do to get faster? I always tell them the answer is spend a year in a Miata. Learn how to drive a car with momentum and use drafting, and you will be faster in anything. It's a really competitive series. All these cars are set up the same. I believe they're 2,500 pounds with the driver. So it's a little bit more of an advantage if you say weigh 110 pounds because you can put the weight in the. But other than that, the cars are set up exactly the same. They've got Pagid brake pads. They've got Toyo tires. They run on 93 octane pump gas, so the point of entry is very cheap. Toyo RR, a set of those costs about $1,200, and you can usually do about 2 events. This is their championship today and tomorrow. There's 18 cars in the field, and I think 16 of those cars mathematically can win the championship.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
So it's crazy. So not only are we going to the championship with the cars being super close, spec racing. Look for big groups of 6 up front, but almost everybody but 2 cars has a chance to win the championship.
Well, you said it there. The key to this is not only just great racing, it's also the affordability. There's a bit of oil on the track, and so there might be a slight delay to this before they head out, but it gives us a chance to set it up a little bit more perhaps. But as you said, it's the affordability. And the other point that you made, which is...
They're very friendly. They're all waving at us. I like that. Thank you, Mazda.
They get ready. They're used to the cameras. But the other part I think is important is I'm not a racing driver, but I've done a lot of race schools. And what happens to a mere mortal like me when I get in a race car is I think I'm Alonso, and I think I've got to go as fast as I can. And the truth is, if you actually want to learn how to motor race, you need to be calm. You need to be thinking. You need to be listening to your engineer. You need to be listening to what they said in the classroom and putting it into action. If you have a roaring great Trans Am with more power than life itself, then you're going to be overawed. You're not going to be able to concentrate. You're going to be worried about your braking point. You're going to be worried about getting the power down too early. This car won't do any of that. It'll do what you say, but it'll also do certain things. But it won't do them as quickly as they may do in a more competitive and more horse-powered car. So there is time. There is thinking time. You get the indication from the car that something is wrong. You're getting oversteer. The car starts to drift out. You get understeer. You can catch all the problems that you would have in any racing car, but you can do that in a what I would call a small-brained way and keep on top of it. And that's how you learn in racing, and that's how you get better. And then you can progress. And that's why, like you say, this is the perfect starting car.
And then this series here, this is called the MX-5 Challenge Series, Spec MX-5 Challenge Series, which means the cars are set up the exact same. They try to get them as close as they can so that there are no major advantages. It's basically a driver series. The best driver wins. There's a lot of strategy. You really don't want to go into the last lap going into turn 12 as the leader because you're probably going to end up in 6th place because usually there's a draft train of like 6 to 8 cars. So you never know who's going to win. Usually when the Heritage Mazda Miata series races with us, usually 3 cars cross the start-finish line within a tenth of a second of each other. And this Mazda MX-5 series that Tom Martin has put together is going to be really fun. We're so happy to have him here. This is our first time with this series with SVRA and the Austin Speed Tour and Trans Am, but we're hoping to have many more because the driving is phenomenal.
Yeah, and you know what? I think this is going to be, and we have it here, of course, at the Circuit of the Americas, this is going to be more like a Moto 3 race with the drafting and the close racing. Exactly that. And I say this circuit is the perfect place for these Miatas because it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. And I think they're going to be looking forward to racing this iconic Circuit of the Americas track.
The Circuit of the Americas is a state-of-the-art Formula One track and very popular with Trans Am, climbing 133 feet up to turn 1 before swooping into a Silverstone-like complex based on the Maggotts and Beckett's corners at Silverstone before rising up through 9 and 10 and swooping down to the tightest corner, turn 11, and then a long back straight, almost a mile, heavy braking into 12, the stadium section, and then a triple apex, turn 18, before the off-camber 19 and a very tight last turn, turn 20, to complete the 3.14 mile lap of the Circuit of the Americas.
And that gives you a pretty good indication of why we love it so much here. We're looking high above the pre-grid for the MX-5 Challenge Series. We've got a slight delay, Ben Sissel, which gives us a little time to give a bit more preamble to what we're about to see. You know, I want to mention at this point Tyler Casera, because we've just mentioned that this is a great starting point, but look at Tyler Casera and what he's done in the last few years. He dominated this series a few years ago, and now he's very much a part of Trans Am and winning in Trans Am. So there's the transition for you. We want to encourage MX-5 drivers to make that jump into Trans Am after they've done their business, if you will, here in MX-5.
Yeah, and I've noticed that the Miata drivers, the MX-5 drivers, are fantastic. If you've been racing in this series and you're doing well, you are a very qualified driver to go into any series that you want to. But honestly, I think a lot of the MX-5 drivers have so much fun in this series, it's hard for them to leave and go anywhere else. Look at some fantastic shots of Circuit of the Americas. Jonathan, you were around when they were building it. I was watching it on social media 2010, 11, and 12. But it's one of the nicest facilities we go to. The fans are great, which was surprising because there wasn't a big motorsports culture here before that. But they have really embraced it. The celebrities that come out to the F1 races, the exposure that it gets. You know, just to think that Lewis Hamilton has stepped on these grounds everywhere is really cool for some of the drivers to be like, hey, I'm in the garage of, you know, Hamilton or Verstappen. And here they are as amateur racers getting to live the dream.
Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart have all run here too. And then you've got the WEC, the great Brendan Hartley's of the world have also been here. Marc Marquez has been unbeaten here until recently. But, it's in its own way, it's created a little bit of history. Formula One always struggled in the United States. You ask Mario Andretti, he was an anomaly in many ways when he won the world title. And we haven't had the Americans in Formula One, and it never really stuck at Indy. They tried it, street courses in Vegas and in Dallas and so on. But until this facility was built, Formula One didn't have a home, nor did international racing. And I don't mean to be rude to Sebring. Of course, that is a fantastic international race, as is the Daytona 24 Hours. But as a predestined world championship track, it didn't really have. Now, the problem we've got here is we've got a little bit of oil down from the previous race down in the middle of the back straight. That's what we're clearing up. That's the delay we've got here at the moment, so bear with us.
Well, let me explain this, take the chance to explain this. So when a car drops oil, and now with these new synthetic oils that a lot of the vintage drivers are using, it's even kind of stickier in some ways. So they put this oil down on asphalt, and if you've ever walked in a slick spot, you know what that feels like. It's like stepping on a banana peel. So imagine driving at that at one of the highest speed areas of the track. So the track, you'll see them lay down this big white stripe. It's called safety clean. It's called kitty litter, whatever, but it basically absorbs the oil and then they suck it up. So in this next MX-5 race, when they come down this straight, you're going to see it get dusty for a while. But basically that puts the surface back to racing condition, and there's not a big slick oil spot there. So they have to find the oil line, these drivers, you see them laying down that line, and then they go over the whole line. And we can see it with our naked eye there at the outside of 12, just going up. And so it looks like it's going to be quite a while. So they basically go over it, they sweep that stuff in, it absorbs the oil, and then they vacuum it up.
Yeah, and with the one Spec series, with them being so close, with them being tiny cars, you really don't want them sliding too far. They do enough rubbing as it is. So it's you don't want them putting a whole bunch of oil on their wheels and then looking for the brakes at turn 12 and finding that they just go like an ice skating rink straight on.
So let me talk a little bit about this series, because I was talking to Tom Martin, who is running the series, and his son, Tom Martin III, is actually in the series. But we were at race control, and I was watching practice, and I was just trying to get him drivers of the lines. We saw a lot of guys going out of bounds. There is an out of bounds here at Circuit of the Americas, meaning all 4 wheels go off that red and white checker you see there at the left. That would be out of bounds. So when they were qualifying, their fastest lap would be taken away. But these are basically the Miatas that you can buy from the showroom. They have the same gearing as a normal street car. So this may be one of the only series that isn't going to first gear in some of these corners like turn 11 or turn 1. A lot of our cars, they're geared really long into turn 1. So even if you have a 4-speed, it's really a 5-speed because first gear, you can go really fast in it. They're running Toyo RRs that are about $1,200. Paget, I hope I'm saying that right, brake pads, that's one of their sponsors. Winding Road Racing is one of their sponsors. They're on 93 octane pump gas, so that's not very expensive. And they're out here living the dream, running Circuit of the Americas to finish off their championship. You can see them dropping the oil dry. I got to give it up for the Circuit of the Americas. Yesterday in the TA2 race at turn 3A, Tim Gray hit the wall, backed into the wall really hard. He moved 2 layers of that plastic barrier that weighs so much and the Armco. And I went out there and watched the safety crew hustle to get the car on a trailer, to get Tim, make sure he's okay in an ambulance. And then they moved those barriers faster than any track I've ever seen clean up an incident like that so that we could get the TA2 qualifying and practice before the sun set. So I really have to applaud Circuit of the Americas for that as we look down on the SVRA grid and some of our great Speed Tour sponsors.
Yeah, and it's a championship that kind of invites the more experienced or older mid-30s drivers, and also some very young drivers starting out from maybe karts as well. I saw quite a few young drivers at the moment. Championship led by Michael Carter, Robert Noacker in second place, and Celine Roland in third. Jared Thompson, one of the rookies, Jared Thomas, the top rookie at the moment, he's in fourth overall. And you can see yourself where they're doing the line of laying down that dust and sand, effectively to dry out the oil that's there.
Yeah, safety clean, oil dry.
Safety clean, yeah.
It's kind of absorbing it like kitty litter would do, and then they sweep it in, and then they kind of suck it out the best they can. I just had a question from social media about these MX-5s. So they are 2-liter Mazda Miatas with a Mazda Miata gearing. They have a couple of little things in the transmission that are a little bit more race ready, but it's the same gearing. They're 170 brake horsepower, and then it's 2,500 pounds are allowed. They're going to bring in the top 5 finishers to weigh them to make sure they were legal with the driver inside. 2,500 pounds, 170 horsepower, 2-liter, all set up the same car, same aerodynamics. But look for, I was talking to some of the drivers, they're the fastest in packs of 4. So look for some of the drivers to try to get inside a pack of 4, and they'll go about, it's almost like if you get in a pack of 4 down that back straight, it's like hitting a DRS zone. You're just going to go so much faster than your competitors.
Yeah, and if you want to go down to your dealers and test drive one of these, it's quite a place to be, and it's quite a great car to drive. Go and test drive one. But I tell you what, there's also as an incentive, look at the places they go to: Indianapolis, Road America, here at COTA, Mid-Ohio, New Jersey, St. Pete. And, of course, if you win, there is a $200,000 scholarship for the champion, and that is definitely worth the prize.
Yeah, that sounds pretty impressive right there. So right now I'm still only counting. I'm not counting a full field yet, so I'm hoping everybody's making it to the grid. We see a shot there at Tony looking to shoot some things with his camera. If you are in the area, please come to the Austin Speed Tour. Tickets are available. They're fairly inexpensive. Children 12 and under are free. There will be tickets at the gate tomorrow. You're going to see the TA2 feature race, the TA XGT, SGT, GT class races, and then all the Vintage National Championship races, as well as the finale of this series, the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series, wraps up tomorrow. But right now, as I believe it, Tom told me that 14 cars are mathematically eligible or could win the championship. And I don't think I've ever come into a championship weekend with 14 out of 18 cars being eligible to win the championship and just 2 races left.
You know, I mentioned that.
Yeah, we had a friend say NASCAR's only got 4, right?
Exactly. We mentioned Tyler Casera a moment ago, and in fact, we've got one driver this weekend, number 53, Matt Fastnack, who's also doing Trans Am. So that crossover very much is alive and kicking, and we want to encourage more drivers to take the plunge and maybe go from Miata and come and join us in Trans Am. Really, really an exciting prospect, and we've already seen it with Tyler Casera, and we're going to see
These
it tomorrow.
guys like the camera. You see
They
this?
do.
They're like
They love to
shooting
play.
guns at us and waving. I like that. So
What's your thought? I mean, how about the braking difference between an MX-5 and a Trans Am? What do you reckon? What's the braking distance difference? You'd really have to be about, if you're Matt this weekend, Matt Fastnack, and he's doing both, you'd really have to be on your mark to know exactly what to do. These two have
Actually,
ABS.
right now we have a TA2, two-time TA2
Let's get him on the mic.
Gar Robinson with us, who kind of cut his teeth in the Spec Miata series. I'm not sure if it was
Trans Am
this
champion
series,
who cut his teeth.
So
it's as if, how did you just zoom in here? That was like Star Trek. You talk about it, and then suddenly we get the perfect guest.
So tell us about racing Miatas first. What's the strategy?
You have to be really, you just have to be very, very patient with everything. When you're running these cars,
He's boxing. He's like Muhammad Ali in there. I love it.
Yeah, you gotta get yourself pumped up, but you just have to be very patient and very, very precise with what you're doing. Any sort of these cars run so tight with each other that if you make a mistake, you'll go to the back really quickly, and it's especially at COTA, something like here where you have such long straightaways. If you pull away from another car, it's kind of like watching NASCAR on the super speedways. They'll draft all together and they'll catch right back up to you. And it definitely makes it a little bit.
So after this race, after this Mazda MX-5 Spec Challenge Series race, is TA2 qualifying, and we've got Gar in here who's going to run through the strategy because there's a lot of strategy in that. But he actually raced in Spec Miatas, and so he's going to kind of tell us some of the strategy with that. But COTA has so many distinct passing zones and then so many iffy passing zones. So tell us, where do you think are the best passing zones in this series?
In this series, everywhere. This track is so much fun. I've heard some drivers' favorite, some drivers not so favorite by themselves, and it's different in different cars. But in MX-5, you'll definitely see a lot of different. You'll see a lot of different passes just in between the 11 and 12.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll change positions.
That's the draft zone.
With draft, not even in the braking zone. But you can defend so hard in the we always like to call it the tiddly bits between 12 and 15. You can get a lot of you can defend very heavily or offend very heavily in that area, and then turn 1 you can make it stick in turn 7. 11, 12, all that everywhere here. I mean, there's so many passing zones.
So, Jonathan, I want to tell you that you may not know this, but Gar is now your neighbor. He just moved to Austin.
Are you in Austin?
Yeah, heck yeah.
Oh, awesome. Where about?
I'm downtown, but my parents are out at Driftwood.
Okay.
Well, actually, Wimbledon.
I'm in Spicewood.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Down the road.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now, I just got to make my snafu and trust a fellow Brit commentator to put me right. Jeremy Shaw, the best in the business, at Jeremy Shaw Racer. If you don't know, you should tune into him. But he's just put me right. I've been talking goggle-de-gloop about the Global MX-5 Cup, which is where you get your 200,000, not this one. So I apologize for all of you out there who thought I was offering 200,000 scholarship to the winner. That is the Global Mazda
But I
MX-5
could be wrong, but I think
Cup.
Tom was telling me that there's $50,000 up in prize purse.
But Jeremy
that
is
will be
keeping me
dispersed.
on the straight and narrow, and
I
I
love
thank
it.
you, sir, all the way from California.
That's why we ask for comments, because sometimes you guys know more than we do, right?
Thanks, Jeremy. You should be here joining us. Anyway, Jeremy Shaw, one of the great commentators of Sports Car, and of course running that USA Scholarship as always. And I've been following that. We've had some good results once again for young Americans at Brands Hatch in the Formula Ford Festival, and he continues to look and get the best out of American youngsters. So watch out for what Jeremy Shaw's up to, getting the youngsters from the USA into a better seat and a better chance and a better profile, as well as being one of the top sports car commentators, not only in the USA, but in the world.
So we haven't gotten yet a time, but it looks like they're just about to finish up here. We've got some Mazdas here with the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series, a really fun series to watch, finishing up their championship. Great. You can see the oil line coming through here on the outside of 12, but then it's on the racing line, which is not ideal. We try to get our drivers to get off of the racing line, so we're sorry about that. As the cars roll off, I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown. I don't have a grid sheet for this group, and I see that they're on here. So in first place, we've got Justin Piscatel in a Mazda MX-5. Aaron Yonson, Joey Atanasio, Tyler Quantz, Tom Martin III in 5th place, Drake Kemper 6th, Charles Dillon Mactitus, I'm sorry about that, Charles, but that's the best that I can do, in 7th. Aiden Fasenach that we talked about in 8th place, number 15. 9th is number 55, Grant West. Wesley Malno in 10th place. In
Molino, I think.
Molino could be. Matt Fasenach, 11th.
And that's the man we've been talking about, who's doing a bit of double duty.
Yeah, I've run with him in SRO before. He's a good shoe.
See, good stuff. You got to tell us some insight to that. Ricardo Arruda in 12th. Craig Jansen in 13th. Rob LaBelle in 14th, or maybe Lebel. 15th, we've got Michael Travers. Coming actually to the weekend late in 16th place is Savannah Little. And then in 17th, 17 cars out there, Adam Gonzalez rounds out the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series, a very competitive series. If you're looking to get into modern road racing, this is where you want to start. Gar, tell us why this is where you want to start to get fast in road racing.
It's like I said earlier, it teaches patience, it teaches precision, and it's one of the few series still that you have to use a clutch and a shifter. I mean, there's not very many series out here that are doing that. The cars are underpowered, they handle very well, and it just makes you have to be so precise and then they race really well too. So when you have a pack of 20 of these things, it really makes you have to not only watch from the front but watch from the back as well, and just you have to be smart. It really makes you have to be smart.
When you talk about patience, does that mean when the green flag is out, you're not balls to the wall the whole time? Are you trying to run it like 90 or 100% and not 110%?
No. Patient is in a different. I would use patience in an MX-5 car different than patience in a TA2 car. Later in the broadcast, but here I think you just have to calculate all your runs and stuff and figure out where am I faster than the car in front of me and where am I gonna make this pass. So you have to be thinking 2 or 3 corners ahead all the time.
So it's like chess.
Absolutely.
Nice.
It's insane. It's absolutely a chess game.
Johnny,
well, God, stay with us. We brought you in for TA, but for
Here
TA2, but we want to stick with us because it's a really interesting insight, especially now as the lights have gone off on the pace car. You can see them forming up as they come towards 19. This is the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series. And it's here live from the Circuit of the Americas as we get ready to go racing. A first here at COTA for SVRA. Delighted to have them on board. And you can see the best view in the house from the tower. Yes, very tight indeed. And we're going to see some real hijinks, I'm sure, at the first corner. As we're about to go green, they line up 2 by 2.
I'm excited, Jonathan.
This is going to be good fun. Watch out for the drafting in 4s, as you say. And away we go.
Let's look for the dive bomb.
And it's Justin Piscatel leading the way up the hill in the number 89, the 74, looking for position though, and tries the inside move. And Aaron Jensen looking to try and make that move, and he may well have done. 2 cars going very wide. That's a lot more than track limits, but somehow they all get through the first turn. High above from the drone, we get to see them spreading out through turn 2. Down to our top man, Hamish, at turn 6 as they come through the S's now, winding their way through. And that was a good, clean start, as we expect from the Mazdas.
Justin Piscatell is able to hold on to the lead right now.
Yep.
As they go into a pretty challenging part of the track.
Edgar, first overtaking place, really into turn 11, and a definite opportunity.
Well, it'll be a later. The first overtaking place will be turn 1. But yeah, you'll see you might be able to see a dive bomb with a from a draft point of view. But here's where we're. So you can see in the back they're starting to get a little bit of a draft. But now you'll really see a draft picking up. Oh,
look at that dive bomb.
Yeah, we're four wide in the back.
Oh.
He lost that and that dive bomb.
Oh, we got Talstrom.
That's a big curb. Looks like the tires are rubbing together. And watch this pack come down the straight.
Is that 4 or 5 wide?
Yeah.
For a sec?
Yeah, for a 5 wide for a second there. Here at the Circuit of the Americas as we dive towards turn 12. A little bit of debris on track. The leader pulling out front, but now a little bit of drafting.
Oh, here we go.
And into second place. Nicely done by the 68 of Tyler Quance. Getting through there on the draft as they go through 13.
This is fun to watch. I love it. And look at the smile on these MX-5s themselves. The cars are smiling.
Oh,
and he went
Piscatell
really
went wide then. And he almost lost out on the lead for a moment.
Oh, we got a bumper.
Got a bumper with Tom Martin III. His dad runs the series. He's not going to like that.
Nope. And through the complex that is 16, 17, and 18, just hitting the apex slightly. Slight bump on the exit of 18.
That's
and then
okay.
the off-camber 19 as they dive into that corner now. One more corner to go in the first lap here of our MX-5 Challenge Series. The field already spreading out, but a chance to do some more drafting down the front straight and up the hill again.
Told me that Rubbin's Racing, and they do allow bump drafting. We do not allow bump drafting in vintage, but they do allow bump drafting, so don't be alarmed when you see that. So we've got Justin Piscatell in first, Tyler Quance, Aaron Jolson, Joey Atanasio, Tom Martin third, Drake Kemper, Charles Dillon Mactus, Wesley Molino, Matt Fosnacht, and Aiden Fosnacht rounds out our top 10, Jonathan.
Yep, Piscatell, Quance, and Jensen. Jensen got the move done at turn 1 last time out. And then Antanasio, one of the youngsters, going well. And
that's a good train.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to form nicely. And it's really hard. There really is no overtaking, or is there, through this section?
Oh, you absolutely can overtake here.
Okay.
They're usually slide jobs.
I just saw it,
Yeah, there you go.
And Tyler Quance is now in the lead, according to those images.
Well, these cars are so small, you have so much more room with these, and this track is so wide and smooth that you can put the car a lot of places here, and with all the runoff and stuff, you don't really have like the same sort of consequences that you would at like a Road Atlanta or a Mosport or something like that, where the consequences is wall.
Yeah, and this is forming up nicely now, just as we wanted. A good 5-man train.
So that's Matt Fosnacht right there, I think followed by Aiden, but I can't really tell the numbers right now. But look at that long train going into 12, too. So we've got 2 trains that have kind of formed up, which is normal for Spec Miata racing.
Yeah, look at them looking for a little bit of a drift, looking for a little bit of a slipstream as they go down the back straight. Line astern, avoiding the oil, but not really, because once it's down, that safety dust, if you will.
Somebody
slid
off.
Look at
that.
Oh, it's all going on here as they go through 13. We heard the screech of the tires there for a moment.
Yeah, those Toyo RRs are screaming for grip right now.
Yeah. And this is a pretty interesting moment, too, because now the field is starting to spread out, and now all the drivers are starting to figure out where am I faster than the driver in front of me?
Yeah.
Or even the driver in front is like, where are all the other drivers faster than me? So you really have to start now people are going to start reeling each other in and really start making a calculated move.
So there's strategy in this.
Absolutely.
And it's also like peloton racing. It's like bike racing. You're looking for a group almost to cling on to try to move you all forward, right?
Absolutely. It's if you get away from the group, they'll they'll leave you in the dust on the.
So I've seen you in TA2 get behind like a Tony Buffamonte, and you're trying to goad him into doing something, and then after the third or fourth lap of doing that, you do something completely different because he's looking for you to go inside, and then you go outside. Is that like this kind of racing?
Yeah, I mean that's like any sort of. I mean this is where I do say Trans Am is where I learned how to race, but this is where you really do learn the fundamentals of how to set passes up and learn all that sort of stuff because the cars aren't very fast. I mean, they feel a lot faster than you actually are going, but you have a lot of time to mentally set up a pass and think about where you want to make your move.
Yeah, but if you can drive this car fast, you can drive anything
Absolutely.
fast.
I always say if you can drive a Spec Miata fast, we got some contact.
We got some damage,
Yeah, some damage for sure there in the midfield.
And we got a hood up on that one.
The Spec Miata or the MX-5 classes, they're always, I think those are some of the most difficult cars to drive quickly because you have so many different factors. I mean, even whenever I ran, because I ran in the older Spec Miata cars, and they didn't have ABS and stuff like that. These cars do, but it was definitely. I always thought it was harder to drive that car than it was. Like whenever I went from an MX-5 to a TA2 car, it was like a breeze. That was an easy transfer.
So we've got a change. After when they crossed the line, it was Tom Martin the third and first, Drake Kemper second, Joey Antanasio third, Aaron Yosant fourth, and Justin Piscatel from first to fifth.
Yeah, he's got into trouble having led from the start in pole position. He got away really well, and now he's struggling to stay with the leaders. Now we're getting those groups we were talking about, using each other to get the slipstream and push each other forward.
Yep. I really like the livery on that purple. Looks like a tie-dye car, the first of those three right there. Not sure who that is. Looks like one.
Oh,
that's
losing out
Savannah.
heavily there.
Savannah Little in that purple tie-dyed looking car. That's a cool livery.
Aruda just definitely getting the bad end of the stick there at turn 12. As the next group just ahead goes through 15 and now heads towards 16. Side by side through 16. That's not easy.
Nope. And this track is very rough on tires. I mean, when you go through that big carousel, you're using your left front tire for good, especially in a MX-5. You're using it for 15 seconds or so. So you're just burning that tire up the whole time. And do they have track limits on this race?
Yes, they do. They do have track limits.
And
those Toyo RRs are really holding on for grip. Great tires, a great sponsor of the series, and we thank them. But man, they're using them up today, aren't they?
Oh yeah. This track is brutal. And I mean, you have the straightaways, but other than that, you don't really have a lot of downtime here at all.
So we got Tom Martin, the third. Drake Kemper over the line. Joey Antanasio. Tyler Quantz takes fourth now. Aaron Yolson. Justin Piscatel is sixth. Charles Dylan Mactis, Justin Piscatel 6th, and then Matt Fosnacht 8th, Aiden Fosnacht 9th, and Grant West. So, Jonathan, what are you seeing here as we come into the final lap of the first of two championship races here at COTA?
Well, I'm seeing what we expected to see, which is really close Miata racing, and as you say, Tom Martin doing a really good job. Surprised a little bit at Piscatel, who had really the control of this race early on, and now struggling somewhat in 6th place in the number 89. But I think we're going to get some great racing as the weekend, and they get used to the track and dialed in.
The second place is only less than half a second behind P1.
Yeah.
So
this is the battle.
This will be the
podium right here.
The teeth are out right now.
No question about it.
So this is no holds barred.
No, you're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who right now is in the best position of the three?
I want to be either the guy in the front or the guy behind the draft right now.
Okay, so not the white car.
No.
Well, we're still going to find out because
we'll
they're going to spread out at 12.
Yep.
It's all about the braking here into 12. Everybody doing a really good job. And it's side by side for the battle. The podium battle is on.
And now he's on the right side of the road. So now he's definitely got second. Let's see what he can do in
so
the
that's Drake Kemper. Looks like Drake Kemper's in first, Tom Martin, and then Joey Atanasio in third.
Atanasio looking for a move, and Dyke makes it nicely. Through goes the 43.
Yeah, but he compromised his exit.
Yep. Good call. So the number 99 of Drake Kemper is in the lead right now, Jonathan, coming to your favorite position.
Yeah, two corners to go here. Tom Martin looks as though he's got this wrapped up. The battle for the podium between Kemper and Antanasio is all on for sure. Turn 19 now. It's hell-bent for leather, all or nothing here. One more turn to go. And into the distance they go. We'll pick them up in a moment as they come round from the back of the media centre where we are. And look at this battle go. Side by side, there's the checkered flag. Kemper wins, but it's neck and neck. And Martin Kemper does. Updated on my lap.
Okay. Tom Martin second, Joey Antanasio third, Tyler Quantz fourth, and Aaron Yosson fifth. And ladies and gentlemen, if you were not entertained by that, you better check your pulse because you are dead. That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. And they'll be in action again tomorrow. And, some good entertainment, some good racing from them. As we expected, these guys have been raring to go. Looking forward to racing here at the Circuit of the Americas. If you fancy a go, head down to Harris Hill. That's what I did. Gar will know that track.
Yeah. We
or take an American Airlines flight to Sebring.
Yeah,
somewhere like that.
Yeah, we'll be there next week. Yeah, that's what I'm doing next week.
There you go.
Yeah.
Are you racing Sebring?
I will be at Sebring, yes.
What are you racing?
The GTD car.
Nice.
Yeah, we're taking the 12-hour, so.
Well, Tony Garcia will be there filming you. He's doing our pit lane stuff.
Excellent.
So we'll make sure he's got full focus on you.
Notice the sportsmanship there. They give thumbs up. They knew they had a good race. I didn't see a lot of contact between the top three the last lap. Looks like they had a lot of fun, and I don't know what this does to the points, but I'm sure we'll find out.
Well, all these guys have to be just giggling inside the whole race. I mean, you're so close to each other the whole time, and especially at this track because you have so much room to make all these moves and stuff, and it's hard to just not giggle the whole race.
Jonathan, close us out.
Well, here's
buddy.
our giggling top 10. Kemper with the win over Tom Martin the third. Joey Antanasio in third place. Tyler Quantz, Aaron Jolson in fifth place. Justin Piscatel, the pole man, finishes sixth. And Mac Tutas in seventh place. Fastnat in eighth. And Aiden Fastnat in ninth position. Grant West rounding out the top 10 for what was a very thrilling first run for the Spec MX-5 challenge here at COTA. Further down, Molino in 11th place, LaBelle, Jansen, Travers, Little, Gonzalez, and Ricardo Arruda in 17th place, but only 19 seconds off the pace, or off the leader, put it that way. And coming up next, we will have our Trans Am coverage, but we will take a short break here from the Circuit of the Americas. And thank you for tuning in here, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
On behalf of SVRA, we'd like to congratulate Range Rover 50th anniversary, and we thank Jaguar Land Rover for their continued support over the years.
I'm Willie T. Ricks. Meet my friend Brian Cook, a wealth advisor, who's one of us, a winner.
Both racing and finance are unpredictable. You want a pro team guiding you.
Brian and his team work hard to keep you winning, get to your goal faster, and enjoy the drive more. Schedule a free conversation with Brian at Cook Wealth Management, SVRA's official wealth management company.
And join Brian and me in the winner circle.
How are you? Where's the battery?
Everywhere I look, I see light and shape. And some shapes are just more beautiful than others.
I think about lots of things when I drive. The cost of scheduled maintenance certainly isn't one of them.
The F-Pace.
How Jaguar makes an SUV.
For great offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
A marathon coach owner is someone who expects exploration and relaxation to blend flawlessly. For the most reliable, luxurious motor coach on the market today, look no further than Marathon Coach. Indulge that wanderlust, leave any cares behind, and lead a life filled with adventure. Join the Marathon family and take your 5-star hotel with you.
Other championship contenders, the 2 yellow three-dimensional services group TD cars, the number 8 Cameron North.
Welcome back to the circuit of the Americas. And now we get to where the fun starts, and as though you hadn't had enough already. But certainly for me, I absolutely adore this series. Trans Am, presented by Pirelli from the Circuit of the Americas, round 7. My hat's off to John Claggett, particularly John, for putting on what has been a sensational year, given the circumstances. As you can see, we will be on board with Cameron Lawrence, one of the favorites in TA2. We're about to go qualifying, and I'm delighted to have a former champion and a man who's done pretty darn well around this circuit, Gar Robinson, a local man here, not racing in Trans Am this year, but loves every moment he gets to see these cars, or be in one.
One of my favorite cars I've ever driven, and they're a blast when they're in a group. And at COTA, that's like all 3 boxes are checked. I mean, you have so much room to play around with everyone else, and the racing's just hard. So.
I got a story about Gar Robinson. I hadn't met him until the Detroit road race a couple of years ago, and everybody went, Gar Robinson's coming. And I said, who's he? And they went, oh, you wait. And the next thing I know, first practice, the kid puts it on pole and absolutely blitzes the whole field that have been racing all year long. And I went, oh, I get it. Gar's back.
Gallagher only behind Shelabate by 1 point. Third. Again, this qualifying session will be very important.
But he's like a second dad to me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's raised me since birth. So I mean, it was yeah. I'd be pretty partial to. I'd be pretty wrong if I wasn't too partial to that.
Well, Gar, let me go on record as a representative of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli to tell you the series misses you. We like that, you're doing other things, and we know that you want to try everything in racing. But, man, we need a little WWF. Gar Robinson back in the series. Just 2 years ago, you won here by the smallest margin. You had some great championship runs against Tony Buffamonte. Caught on fire there, but Tony got knocked out at 12. You guys were neck and neck at points, but he just got knocked out right at the corner we're looking at to give you, and all you had to do is complete one more lap, I think, mathematically, to win it. But you've been such a big part of growing this TA2 platform. Tell everybody why it's one of the coolest platforms to race.
I mean, affordability for one. I mean, these cars, over anything else that I've driven or been around, because, I mean, I'm being in the sports car world, you get to see some of the horrible budgets that these things create. I mean, these things are so affordable to run for, and price per dollar is just up. I mean, fun per dollar is unrivaled. I mean, the cars sound good. They feel good to drive. They drive nice. There's nothing there's nothing that feels better than banging 4 gears out with the straight cut gearbox with a big V8 in front of you. I mean, it's hard to beat that.
And there's not really any driver assist.
There's no driver assist.
I mean, and the cars are all prepared basically about the same. So it is a driver series too. There aren't any huge distinct advantages a driver can have.
And you don't get any like big aero wash that you do in the other sports cars. These things are all pretty much all mechanical grip cars. So you can run pretty close to each other and not get affected. So the racing becomes really, really cutthroat.
Gar, I'm looking at the timing here. 13 minutes is all they've got in this qualifying session. This is the 3.14-mile circuit. You don't want to be coming in and talking to your engineer and sort of scratching your head. You want to keep going around here. You haven't got a lot of time.
If it were me, I'm going to try and set my fastest lap in the next 2 or 3 laps here, because this track eats tires away.
Gar, when we get the onboard shots like this, when we're seeing Cameron Lawrence like now, I want you to just pick up and see what you see and tell us what you're doing in the cockpit.
Well,
he's tightening his belts right there.
Yeah, right now he's just on his out lap, so he's just getting ready to go.
Oh, that's more than an out lap.
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
Cold tires.
And tires are so important here because The tires that you qualify on, you race on. And in we've got Pirelli P0s, the greatest tires in the world. We're so happy to have them on as sponsors. But they're built to last about 110 laps under good conditions, so 110 miles. So 100 miles at COTA with a really rough track. You got to really watch your tires.
But you got 20 corners here. You have 20 corners. There's not very many racetracks in the States that have 20 corners. And most of them are very, very high speed, tire gobbling corners. So, I mean, the S's are rough on them. The carousel is rough on them. You're hard on the brakes in three very serious locations.
So you want to set your best time with
you want to
the fewest amount of laps.
Absolutely. The longer you're out there, the less life on those tires you get.
So you can see the clock in the middle of the top of the screen there, just over 11 minutes to go. Doug Winston was the man spinning round. We're looking out for the likes of Rafa Matos. Obviously, the championship very much in the balance. Scott Lagasse is due a decent result. He is fastest so far. Cameron Lawrence will always be a good bet. Mike Skeen, of course, the Liqui Moly man that Gar was just talking about, leading the championship. Edward Servagian, a good friend of yours, had a bad day yesterday. He was not happy with the setup of the car in testing. He said he'd get it right overnight, and it looks as though he's now in 6th. John Paul Sutton just dropping to 4th in his Camaro. So it's all going off as we take a look at Mike Skeen for the first time.
He's looking good there. That's exactly what I would do. These cars, they have a lot of ground clearance, so you can hit all the curbing here, and it doesn't get affected too much.
So you're driving by Braille a little bit.
Absolutely, you're absolutely driving by Braille here.
I like that.
And,
so I also want to mention that this is a race within a race. This is the first time due to COVID-19 that we've had our West Coast Series championship with us. And we have 6 contenders on the West Coast joining us. And so it's going to be difficult for both championships to they don't know each other very well on the track. They don't know what each other's going to do. So there's going to be a lot of strangers. And a lot of these front runners, I'd say the top 10, just like in your day at TA2, they all know each other very well. But if you're going to mix in some odd people, it might kind of throw it.
Yeah, anytime when you go into any sort of new race or different sort of people coming in, you don't know who you're racing with. That's the one thing I do love about Trans Am is that the paddock is very, very, very close. Everyone gets to know each other.
It's a family.
And it really is.
I mean, you had the family. You called them the neighbors, right?
Yes,
you got Loshak and Andretti, and
Yep.
Explain the family atmosphere.
I mean, you get to know who you're racing with, and it makes it much more. It definitely brings up the fun factor, and it definitely gives you some confidence on who you're racing and how you have to race certain people. So it's always very nice to have that closeness in the paddock.
So at the moment, Scott Lagasse Jr. leading the way in the number 92, ahead of Cameron Lawrence. Jet Nolan in the 66, who had a bad finish at VIR. He'll be looking to bounce back as Cameron Lawrence hits the front.
13s. I heard that.
And you have a lot of experience with Cameron.
I heard that they were doing 13s out here this year. I think we were doing 15s back when I was here.
Yeah.
So they've come 2 seconds faster. So that's pretty incredible. Like when you're qualifying out here, or when we were qualifying out here, I don't know if anyone.
So should he's got the top. Will he come in, or is he going to try to better his time?
Depends if he's on heater or not. I mean, if he feels like he's going to have a real good lap, he'll go for it. But usually you get to about mid lap and you don't know if the dash starts going in the red, he'll probably back out of it.
So, no question about it, Cameron Lawrence, the man we're on board with, is the man to watch. We're on board. Gar, tell us what you see when you see on board. He looks fairly comfortable. Rafa Matos is following him around just to try to see if he can better his time. I also want to mention at this point, 87, Paul Tracy. The Paul Tracy is out there in 4th position at the moment. Hasn't driven a Trans Am car in 2 years, but the NBC commentator now for IndyCar doing pretty nice and swiftly.
Yeah. I mean, we got a little under 3/10 between P1 and P2. So we'll see how they go. I'm interested to see if any of these guys go faster. I mean, they still have 2 seconds to the P1 and P2. So maybe sometimes the second or third lap is where some of these guys set a faster lap. So it'd be interesting to see where a lot of these guys end up. I know Rob earlier this these practice sessions, and but Cameron also he works here and stuff, so he has a lot of experience here. I mean, how can you not if you're here all the time? So
yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah.
Anybody who does track days or
exactly.
does some drive schools is going to have an advantage, and we're looking at it now.
There's no replacement for seat time at all.
And there is Paul Tracy, the man I mentioned earlier, in 4th place at the moment. Let's see if he improves on his time. He did a 2:15.1 last time compared to the 2:13.4 of our provisional pole position man, which is our championship leader, as Mike Skeen and the Liqui Moly Ford Mustang goes quickest.
Wow, I mean, it's so funny. It's funny to see or to think about for me. Like when we were qualifying here, it's like we thought we were going really fast. Like no one ever you could never think that there's 2 more seconds there. It's like, wow, that's incredible. But every time we came here, or every time we came to a new track every year, everyone was magically always a second faster than they were the year before. It's so incredible how everyone really can dial these cars in, really get these things working well. I mean, but yeah, I mean all the top teams and stuff have some really smart guys that are working with them. So it's I'm not shocked.
No, exactly. Mike Skeen at the top at the moment. Cameron Lawrence now 2nd. Paul Tracy has moved up to 3rd place. And John Paul Southern, another single-seater expert, but a youngster coming through and a great success story. He was in F3 and F4 just a couple of years ago, JP Southern, and now moving up. Another local man, Michael Self, in 5th position. Scott Lagacy in 6th. Edward Sabajian from Dallas, Texas, in 7th. Keith Prochuk, one of the regulars, in 8th. And then it's John Atwell and Elias Anderson, another local man from the area here just outside Austin, in 10th position at the moment. There's the Liqui Moly man of Mike Skeen. He's done a great season so far, bounced out of the off the chocks, as it were, at Sebring with a win. He got a little bit lucky because the leader, Thomas Merrill, went off on the last lap at Sebring, and that allowed Skeen. But he proved it wasn't a fluke at Mid-Ohio and on after that at Brainerd and so on, because Mike Skeen has been the man to beat throughout the season, including that calamitous end at Road America. But Skeen, as we know, a proficient champion. Pensive moments in the pit lane as they watch on now and get ready for the last 4 minutes of this qualifying session.
Yeah, that's always like the most stressful whenever you go set the fast time and you come in the pits and you have to wait and see, all right, is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? And
that's the problem. It won't be enough, will it? The way these guys are going.
You never know. You never know. But it's looking like is it a Howe 1 through 4?
Yeah, pretty much.
Howe 1 through 4, and then the Cope car is the last fit, or rounds up your top 5. So all these guys do such a fantastic job of making their cars faster every year, and it's incredible to see what these things are doing every year.
Now a little bit of time in the pit. So what's going on here then? What are they doing?
They're bleeding down a set of tires. They might be going out again.
Just changing the pressure slightly. Somebody with a problem though, and that's Doug Winston for the second time.
A 12.9. That's pretty good. That's pretty special. That's pretty wild right
12.9 by Mike Skeen. He is laying down some laps, and we may have a possible yellow out there if Winston can't get started. It is pressures they're doing with the number 8 of Cameron Lawrence, still in second place, provisionally on the front row, which is good enough. But he'll want to get out there in the last 3 minutes and see if he can put one more flyer in.
If I'm Mike Skeen, I'm shutting it down right now.
Are you?
I'm shutting it down right now.
And purely for tires?
I'd even shut it down. Probably everyone in the top 5, even in the top 10. I'd shut it down right now. I mean, everyone in the top 5. I mean, you're in a pretty good position to do well. I mean, this track races so well, so you can get to the front pretty easily. Well, not easily. Nothing's easy in this series, but yeah. I mean, you just saving tires is really important down here. It's the track's it's pretty abrasive, and you have so many corners, so it's. Yeah, I'd shut it down right now if I was driving.
Well, there's only 2. Oh, it took it to shutting it down.
That's not what you want to do.
That's not at all what you want to do. Round goes the 99, and that's going to cause a problem if he doesn't get it going again. But Michael Self from Charlotte, North Carolina, has spun it, and has he stalled it, I wonder?
Looks like he just got a little bit of wheel hop going into that corner too. That it's like pulling a handbrake on the car, so it's sending you around like that.
Well, he was running in 6th place, and like you say, it looks as though a truck is about to come out on track, and that's going to slow things right down. But he had been up to 6th place, and that could bring out the yellow and pretty much put paid to any more real fast laps being done in the last 2 minutes. And I'm with Gar on this one. I think it's if you're in that top 6, and as Gar says, you can do anything from there. You're not going to gain anything. You're just going to ruin your tires further by going out for less than 2 minutes and not being able to go fast.
You know, I'm really impressed that Paul Tracy is in
That is
4th
good.
place. That's really impressive. I got to commemorate that one right there.
Yep.
I mean, granted, he's got more experience than most of this field, so he's been there.
But it's 2 years since he's been in a Trans Am car at Road Atlanta.
It's so great that he can come back and there's Norm right there.
Well, I think Townsend Bell and Lee Diffie have been giving him a bit of a jib about not being in the seat, and has he got it anymore? Has he really got it anymore? And I think he's come out with a determinedness to race well. He said he's been kind of not training per se, but certainly getting ready to race hard at this one. Mike Skeen is in, and I think that is day done. And at the moment, Rafa Matos in 3rd, Cameron Lawrence still on the provisional front row. There's the checkered flag, and it will be Mike Skeen in the Ford Mustang, the Liqui Moly Turn 14 Ford Mustang, who will take pole position. He's our championship leader, of course, and that is a good result for him. Rafa Matos will be pleased to start in the 2nd row, and really, really good qualifying session. They really don't get a lot of time, Gar. And I wonder now what you would have learned in a session like that and what you can do overnight. Or do you just polish it, put the cover on it, and say, right, we'll live to fight another day?
Typically, if I was the faster guy, I'd say don't touch it. Just shine it up, and we'll see you tomorrow, pretty much. But some of the guys in the lower in the mid pack or the lower end of the qualifying session will probably they would either try and put up a different setup on it, or maybe they'll even try for some data and stuff like that, and or they're running a different race strategy here. Sometimes you don't want to run a Godzilla style lap, just because it ends up hurting the tires. You want to end up on your peak tire in the race. So I mean, you only get one set, so you gotta live with it from now on. From now to finish. So
I think if you Mike Skeen, you go to bed with a good, you put your head on the pillow with a good thought that 2:12.9 versus 2:13.5 is a good gap to take into the race.
Well, I mean, that 2nd place position is a pretty. I would honestly prefer the outside pole here.
Okay, good
to
point.
The inside pole, because you can hang around the outside.
But it's half a second. Are you worried about where you're going to find half a second?
No, I'm not. Because these cars
qualifying's one thing, racing
these cars are going to drop 3 seconds in the race easily. You can't you cannot run 13s all day long like that, or 12s.
Mike Skeen, pole in Circuit of the Americas by 6/10 in your beautiful Liqui Moly Turn 14 car. How in the world did you do it? There's so much strategy in this TA2 qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of being careful with the tires for the race, because obviously we have to use these for the whole distance, and we get a little bit of tire degradation with these cars if we're abusing them the whole time. So we want to try to get done as few laps as possible in qualifying. I don't know what happened with Rafa there. Obviously, he's had a lot of pace this weekend so far. Pulled off after that first out lap, so I don't know what's going on there. I know they're going to have a lot of pace in the race, though. So this puts us in the best spot to get a good start. Hopefully, keep it clean, get through one, collect some points.
At this point, since you're leading the championship running in the points with few races left, what's your strategy when the green flag flies?
Well, we're always out there to win races. We're always out there to win races. We want to do that, collect as many trophies as we can this year, but we have to be a little bit careful too and make sure that we're keeping the car clean, bringing it home to the finish to get some points.
Joe, as the team owner of this car, what's your strategy when the green flag drops?
Well, if we have the pace like we've shown here in qualifying, I think we got to stay in front. That's got to be the goal. But Cameron Lawrence is not the most patient, and he's going to try everything he can to get to the front. So we got to manage our risk appropriately given the championship standings at this point.
You won the championship here last year with Mark Miller with 1 race to go. How are you going to keep ahead in the points with 2 races to go after this race?
Well, we got 2 at Atlanta, and then we got 2 at Laguna. So this is not done by any means. The competition in this class is just it's really quite insane. Rafa is such a great driver, and Merrill as well. There's so many great drivers, a lot of talent. So really, what we got to do is we just got to try to maintain the points lead and be conservative.
Nice. Thanks, guys. TA2, always very treacherous, a lot of strategy. We've got this race, a doubleheader in Atlanta, a doubleheader in Laguna, so it's by no means over yet, but Mike Skeen's leading in the points. It's going to be great tomorrow.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. We hear from Joe Stevens and Stevens Miller Racing putting on a great display, and Mike Skeen continuing his form in 2020. Despite COVID, he has raced like a champion that he is, and as we just got pointed out there's a long way to go in this series. And Gar, you've been in this situation before. Double headers can be really taxing because, you know, it's one thing to have here at COTA 1 race and you're in and out, and then you've got time to reflect. When you go to Atlanta and it's a doubleheader, the track's hard, you know, anything that goes wrong, and suddenly you're chasing it.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to prepare for 2 races mentally and stuff. So it's how do you do it tactically? I mean, the only doubleheader race we had was Detroit, I think, a couple of years. But whenever I was here, we never had doubleheaders. But I mean, Mike Skeen has been everywhere. A lot of those guys have been where they have doubleheaders, and you'll see who's who. So,
fantastic sights and sounds of the Circuit of the Americas. My thanks to Gar Robinson and, of course, Ben Sissel. As we look high above the Circuit of the Americas, we'll take a short break, and we've got more Trans Am action from qualifying coming up.
Getting the most out of your Classic can mean many things. That's why Heacock Classic Insurance is excited to sponsor the Trans Am Race Series.
I can hear you now.
In addition to events, we have proudly provided insurance for race cars, classic cars, and exotic cars since 1989.
I've lost my headphones, so
Heacock
when I'm
Classic
commentating,
is known
I
for
can't
its
hear you.
famous agreed-upon value, where brokers and clients find common ground on coverage. So make sure to get your quote today. Follow us at #HeacockDriven.
Hey race fans, it's the start of a brand new decade, so don't be on the outside looking in. Straddle the technology fence with us and be part of all the action at every round of the 2020 season. With our all-new app, you'll now have live global streaming of all the action from the heart of each and every track. Live scoring, race highlights, replays, results, and team and driver news. Everything you could ever want to be informed of the world of Trans Am and SVRA. Download now on Apple and Android, the only place to get your muscle car media. Welcome back. As you can see, fast and furious action here at the Circuit of the Americas as coming out of the pre-grid. What a great shot that is from our mini-me that is Logan. And we had to shrink him down this morning to get him in the drone, but he's there and he's been up there most of the day. And we'll get him some lunch soon. And as you can see, he is giving us some great pictures of the TA cars. In fact, 4 classes involved in this one. Tommy Dreesy. And we can't listen in on Tommy because Tommy, of course, a Hollywood legend. He's one of the distributors of Hollywood movies in LA. And colorful character at best, but he chats away throughout the race. Always good banter. We'll try to listen in when we can. It's not perfect, but we get an insight sometimes of what's happening. We certainly learned quite a few things at VIR about what was going on with Tommy Dreesy because he had all sorts of drama. In fact, he found himself going backwards down the pit lane at one point, but managed to get back in, change some tires while there was a yellow flag. And so Tommy had a most eventful VIR. Now, let's just explain. In this series, if you haven't tuned in before, we have the effectively overpowered, there's Boris Said, we'll talk about him in a moment, in another Poncho Weaver Dodge Viper, but we've got the TA class, the XGT class, the SGT class, and the GT cars. So 4 championships, in fact, all involved in one race. But because the TA cars are so much faster and they are basically the biggest power cars out there, unlimited engine capacity effectively, but really it gets to a point where you can't have so much that you can't put any grip down and the tires will just spin. But the TA cars will be quick round here, but actually the XGT cars, which is a new series for this season, are pretty well powered around here. I've still got Gar Robinson here in the booth with me. Have you? I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that, but you'd expect the TA cars to be quick round here. But some of the XGT cars, and you know from driving sports cars yourself, because they've got the you know, all the modern gizmos on, this track suits them well, and they can go fast around here.
Obviously, Chris Dyson and Tommy Drees, you can like nothing better than
Knox from Lone Star Racing. They're running the AMG Mercedes, and they were 4th in class. They were 4th overall with that car. And knowing what it takes to drive these things, I mean, we compare the Trans Am times to our times in GTD all the time, just to see where we're at compared to what it takes to what you guys are doing. And a lot of the times they're faster, a lot of times they're very similar. So, I mean, it's just the way the cars work. But,
still bumpy coming up the hill, isn't it?
This track is surprisingly bumpy. It's been, I know they've been doing a lot to keep this thing smooth as it can. I know they had to repave a lot of the portions of it, but the track over time, just like every other track, I mean, it starts to wear and things start to settle out. And I know they were in a hurry to build this track for Formula One, and it also gets to 110 degrees down here.
Yeah,
in
the weather has played a big part here.
Yeah,
it's a very marshy land anyway. They dug very deep. They brought soil in from Arkansas to ride it up. But even so, you only have to go around the track outside and realize how bumpy it is.
You can see, so they put under these splitters, they put little plates of metal or titanium, which spark when the front splitters hit to protect the splitters. And you're going to see there in the Pancho Weaver Boris said car, when Ernie hits his brakes here, you're going to see some sparks. And that's where you're going to really see the bumps, too.
Now, we're expecting the battle for TA to be between this man, the championship leader, looking for his 7th title. He leads the way at the moment by some 40-plus points. That, of course, Ernie Francis Jr. from Florida, and the veteran that has raced in pretty much everything there is to race in, Boris said. But Pancho Weaver keeps building cars, and if he keeps doing that, Boris will keep racing them.
Yeah. Why not, right? If you can race one of these things for the fun of it. Boris seems to only race what he wants to race, and obviously he wants to be here. Pancho Weaver must be a great person to drive with. Amy Ruman, actually, one of the reasons I had to leave in the TA2, she asked me to put a GoPro camera facing her because she's been having a lot of trouble shifting, so she wanted to watch what was happening in shifting. She's usually pretty fast here. She's won here. She's podiumed here. Right now she's in 4th, but first with the 213, we're about to see what that goes to right here.
208.
208 is the time to beat, and it just was by Boris Said.
And 207.8 by Boris Said. Brilliant. So that has set it down. The other 2 people to watch, you mentioned Amy Ruman, Chris Dyson, of course, and Tommy Dreesy. Tommy Dreesy has definitely sniffed the opportunity. He's already had a win this year, earlier in the year at Brainerd, and obviously Boris not a regular, so they're not too worried about whether Boris wins or not, but Tommy Dreesy is after blood when it comes to trying to beat Ernie Francis Jr.
But I can tell you right now that Ernie Francis Sr. has already told Ernie, you need to go faster because Boris just beat you, and Ernie likes every point he can get. And so right now everybody knows. Basically what that did is just tell Ernie he might have to do another 2 laps on those tires, which he does not want to do. Ernie likes to win as slowly as he can.
Well, these cars, of course, V8 monsters, 850-plus horsepower. What we like to say in this class is no limits, no restrictions, no excuses. pure racing, as we like to call it, and there's no question that this is the epitome of muscle car racing, and capable of 0 to 60 in under 3.1 seconds, and 0 to 140 in 11.5. So that's not bad for a quarter mile. Under 10.8 for the quarter mile. How about that?
That is just a cool car. I love this too. The Lucas Slickness and Tommy Dreesy.
No, the Burton guys do put a good car together. I know Warren Flowcheck used to drive with them, and they have heard.
Now let's listen in on Tommy.
There's no better words to hear.
He just said, "Is anybody behind me?" And they said, "No, clear track." And if you're looking down, the acceleration, you can see for yourself, he's in gear 4. The brake, come on in red. The accelerator, you can see how much he's using the accelerator through the S is not a lot. You'll see him opening it up now as he goes up the hill through 8 and 9 coming up.
So he just came out here, so this isn't a hot lap. He wouldn't be talking on a hot lap all that much on the radio. He's just trying to keep a clear track, right, Carl?
I just about killed my dad for talking to me on my heater lap once. It's some guys like a lot of chatter, some guys don't. I was one of those guys that don't.
So for those of you that don't know, George Robinson is a Trans Am legend in this series in TA back in like the Tommy Kendall days, the second heyday of Trans Am. And then his son took over the reins, and George became kind of the crew chief of Robinson Racing, with Shane Lewis and Gar Robinson winning Trans Am TA2 championships. But you got mad at him for talking to you?
He would come on the radio sometimes, and I want to know like 2 or 3 things, but I don't want to be talked to during qualifying ever. It's like this is I think it's one of the more tense 2 or 3 minutes of any sort of racer weekend.
Yeah.
It's I mean you're completely on the edge through qualifying. It's no, you don't need any distractions at all. It's you kind of just hold your breath through the whole lap.
Yeah, Tommy Dreesy right now is scored as a 221, and Boris is a 207. So he's probably setting up for his heater with 5:45 to go left in quali.
Yeah, keep an eye on this man, the number 20 though, Chris Dyson. He's had a win already this season. He's always fast here. He's had some bad luck this season as well, but he's on good form at the moment as he dives through 12. And let's see what he does on this lap. He's currently 3rd with a 2:08.161, and he could upset the apple cart here today.
And those guys always put together a great car too. They used to run against my dad back in the World Sports Car days, and I always loved watching Chris just because I watched Chris since I was 5 years old and stuff. So it's always we've always just missed each other by a little bit, but it's
he's a very smart racer.
Very smart racer, and he's run stuff like ALMS, and they've run some very successful teams in their day, and this is they do a great job here too, like everything else they've done.
No improvement for Francis. Same for Boris Said. He stays top. Dyson stays 3rd though as he crosses the line. So it's Boris Said, Ernie Francis Jr., Chris Dyson, just over 4 minutes to go.
I want to see what Dreesy, Hollywood man, is doing.
Well, he's on a flyer now, as we know.
These guys all stay out on
Poncho
their
Weaver right there.
There you go. You need 4. You see, you need 4 eyes just to stay on top of everything.
He's looking at race monitor in 4D right now.
Yeah.
He's trying to help.
I think it's women's glasses too, Poncho. Looking good, buddy.
Yeah.
We had Poncho in commentary and VIR. He's looking very nervous, and I think that just confirms what Gar was saying, that this is the most intense time of the weekend for both
everybody.
engineer and driver. Yeah.
For everybody. It's one, it's starting position, and then 2, it's bragging rights. So
exactly.
If you're on the pole, it's
and you get 3 points.
And you get 3 points.
Well, Boris Said has won pretty much on every track I think he's ever been to in the United States, and I think he would like COTA on the mantelpiece.
I think you're right. Yeah, you would. But
so time running out then, just 3 minutes to go. Poncho Weaver looking nervous, but at the moment, provisionally, Boris Said on pole position. Here comes Amy Ruman. Ruman currently in 5th position with a 2:11.9. Will she improve, I wonder? Ernie Francis Jr. is parked up. Now, why would that be? Surely not. That is not a place to be on a racetrack.
maybe out of fuel. I mean, we always ran really low fuel for qualifying for all the.
It's certainly not a crash because he's on the track. Doesn't look as though he's out of shape. So something's gone wrong with Ernie. He's out of harm's way. So let's hope he doesn't ruin everybody else's qualifying by being there. But we'll keep an eye on that because that's a strange one. You'd never see anybody stopped on track in a qualifying session. There's just no time.
I always noticed that the Trans Am guys, they would always go longer on a qualifying session than the TA2 guys would. And I think it must just be the tires stay a little bit more consistent, or they're just or something like that for these guys. We never really understood why, but maybe it's just the tires come in later for these guys.
It looks like we just heard from race control. It's a flat tire for the 98. So he's either had a puncture or for whatever reason he's had a slow puncture and the tire has just deflated, so he's parked it. That's the reason why our championship leader is parked up in this crucial qualifying session. Just 2 minutes to go here, 2 minutes and 19 seconds to be precise. Can Tommy Dreesy do anything? He did pop up to 4th place. Here he is. Tommy Dreesy in that last lap did a 2:10.074 as we go on board with the California.
Now I think you are allowed to change one tire before the race tomorrow, so that's a lot of the things that all these guys would be doing. Usually you want to change one tire, so I think typically you want to change your left front, but it seems like Ernie's going to change his one of his rears. It seemed like a right rear was down. The car looked like it was a little skewed there.
You can see how Tommy's drifting. I mean, I know he's not on a flyer necessarily on this lap, but he's just letting off the throttle through the corners, and obviously there's so much power under the hood. Now he accelerates up to over 100 miles an hour down the mini straight, and that's is that hit?
It looks like Kerry hit.
Kerry hit.
Yep.
He's also got problems as he slows down. Is that a puncture?
There's some debris on the track.
Maybe. But the 19 also out, so all sorts of drama out. Kerry hit, currently in 8th position in that Cadillac CTS. And again, you don't want to see parked cars. As Tommy Dreesy using all the curbs and more as he goes through the complex. Slick missed. Lucas slick missed as we go back on board with him. Let's enjoy this with him. Opening it back up, over 10. Down towards 11 now. Hard on the anchors now. From 4th to 1st. And Gar take us down the back straight with Tommy.
It's going up through the gears. It must feel like a rocket ship on these cars.
Sun going down, not a lot of vision.
Oh no. That was always our race. That was always our race too. I remember we had
the vibration, the whole body work is just flapping really bad in the front. The car won't even turn left and right. The front is so big, and it's not even putting the power down. It's not doing anything. Something's messed up. Sorry about that, guys.
Sounds like he doesn't like his car, but
we really had a good car.
Still got 100 miles to go.
No way. This car would never be even in the 8. No way, no matter what I do. The perfect lap, even if it was not flapping and loud and vibrating, there's no way. There is something that changed on this car that is so weird. It was almost spitting out. So even the first lap out, it felt like I had a flat tire. Really, really bad. Really bad.
So you're hearing from Tommy Dreesy there, as Boris said, and Poncho Weaver are out chatting as well.
Qualified pole in TA at Circuit of the Americas. How in the world do you keep doing this?
Well, I mean, Poncho Weaver built a great car, and Techniques, Prototype Speed Techniques has done an unbelievable job, sponsoring us. I mean, they're the guys building the new Cup car of the future, so I think they put a little extra in this one. But it's just a blast driving these cars. They're so much fun with all the horsepower and without all the ABS and all the nonsense that the other cars run. These are old school cars with a lot of horsepower.
You like the old school shifting, don't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, a regular gated shifter like a NASCAR, and I mean 185 miles an hour down the back straightaway. This Circuit of Americas is, you know, it's a Formula One grade circuit, and it's just an unbelievable place to race. Exciting.
Nice. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into this qualifying because you have to race on these tires now, and this track can wear out some tires.
Yeah, it can. I mean, I pitted maybe a lap earlier. I think I had a little more left, but I decided to save the tires when I started earning back off. So, you know, the race is just going to be a sprint race. We'll manage them in the first half, but the second half it'll be go for broke.
All right, stay here, Boris, because you got to hear this. I got to hear from the maestro. We got shots of you watching Race Monitor with 2 sets of glasses. What dimension were you in when you were watching that?
I'm in all dimensions. Yeah, dementia, right? It's what it takes to be able to see, to let the man know what he's doing on the track. So, hey, whatever it takes, I don't care what it looks like. My kids are going to laugh about this for sure, I can tell you that.
So, Poncho Weaver, how in the world do you just keep building these cars that Boris said can get in? Adam Andretti won here last year in your car. How do you keep doing it?
Well, I tell you, it's great to have these guys, especially Boris, in our program. We've had a lot of fun together over the years. We've known each other probably 35 years from Southern California, and he's a great talent, as you know. And I'll just tell you, it makes it, when we're sitting in positions like this, there's nothing better. I mean, when you're on top, it's the best, and he knows it, and I know it, and that's why we do it. It's a passion for sure.
And we had a tough day yesterday. I mean, the car just tilted in practice. It broke on the outlap. Couldn't find spark. We had a lot of guys from a lot of teams. Greg Pickett's team helped, and Tommy Dreese's team helped, and, you know, we got Chuck and all these guys, and even guys, our transmission guy was pitching in. We were here really late last night, so it was great to get it fixed. When we went to bed last night, we didn't even know if we were going to race today.
We really didn't. We didn't know if it was going to, if it didn't have spark this morning, we were going to put it in the trailer and go home. So it was a really tough night last night, and you know, it just shows the group effort that it takes. It's not one or two guys; it's a whole group of guys that makes this happen. So
the Trans Am family, and you guys are such a big part with your history here. Boris, I love your enthusiasm. I love having you come out here. Poncho, you build great cars. Thank you guys so much. Boris said 3 more points, qualifies first at Circuit of the Americas for tomorrow's race. Thanks a lot.
Great stuff, and well done to Boris Said, who takes pole position for tomorrow's race, which will be one of 2 Trans Am races here. And there's confirmation of the TA qualifying. Boris Said with pole position for the Weaver Racing Techniques Dodge Challenger, and Ernie Francis Jr., a championship leader, ahead of Chris Dyson in 3rd. Tommy Dreese, you heard he had problems with the car. He felt like the bodywork was flapping around. He almost felt like he had a puncture. He didn't, but the car just didn't feel right. Amy Room in 5th. Greg Pickett in 6th place. Simon Gregg, starting his 200th Trans Am race, is 7th. Kerry Hitt had problems at the end of that session, and Ernie Francis likewise had problems, but still gets the front row with that puncture. Richard Grant in 9th position. That's how they rolled out in TA. Should be an interesting race. Tommy Dreese will be competitive, and so too Chris Dyson. But Boris Said has certainly laid down a marker, wants to win at this famous Formula One circuit. All to play for. Austin heads for sunset, and so will we.
Fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
When the automotive industry needs new ideas, concept vehicles, and prototype designs, they rely on Michigan-based Prefix Corporation. The Prefix Performance Division provides experienced engine development and testing for professional race teams and special car enthusiast projects. This important team at Prefix is recognized as a skilled resource for ground-up restorations, high-performance upgrades, and luxury vehicle enhancements. Get your vehicle project started today, or simply check out some of the wild automotive work created at Prefix by visiting www.prefix.com.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where, as you can see, the pre-grid for our next qualifying session, which will be the XGT, SGT, and GT cars getting ready to go out. And we've got some really interesting cars out there. We've got an extra Audi that we never had with Natalie Decker at the wheel. She's done some Trans Am racing, but she's one of the up-and-coming female drivers and trying to follow in the footsteps of Amy Ruman. And I'm glad to have her back on board. She races in the West Coast, but she's going to be taking on the Audi here. We're also watching Adrian Lostowski, who has taken that Mustang to good results, including his first win last time out. And, of course, Lee Saunders in the Dodge Viper. Now, Ken Thwaites is the one I'm going to keep an eye out because he had a bit of a prang in practice earlier today. And I think that is him down there. So I think they've repaired the car and they're going to get him back out on track, which is good news. But as you can see, 3 different championships. And as cars get brought in, we get ready to go back out and qualify again. And looking down high above turn 1, where we're also going to get Kerry Hitt's car out of the way. And also Ernie Francis Jr., who did have a puncture. And as Gar was pointing out, you can change one tyre, but usually you change your front tyre because that's the optimal one you want to change.
For this track. Sometimes
for this track, yeah.
And we were talking a lot with the Trans Am family with what happened with Boris. You were talking about that. I got to share a story today. So, good news, we are outselling our tickets by like 3 times. The spectators are starting to catch on that this is the greatest show in road racing, and they're coming out like crazy. I've been out in the tickets this morning because there was a line at least 25 long the whole morning. And Dylan Archer, a TA2 racer, raced with us in the E-Series Championship, just happened to be paddocked there with Jerry Robinson and saw me struggling. He came over and asked if he could help, and I just found out from Jesse he stayed and worked the whole day just helping them out, bringing cars in, collecting tickets.
That's brilliant.
And he did it just as a favor because, you know, he wants to help us out. And that's just the whole family model here. You don't think that a TA2 race car driver is going to come out and help sell tickets, you know, but he saw us struggling and needing help, and he's like, how can I help? And they put him to work.
Well, what I love is the family tradition. I mean, you just mentioned Gars, and obviously you've got the Archers. You know, I think it's a great family operation, and you've got the Dyson family and the dynasty that they have. You know, I love the fact, and then the Dollenbachs and so on and so forth. I really do like the way that the tradition continues. The dynasties of many of these families, race families, continues.
Yeah. Now, Gar Robinson, we used to be friends up until this point. I got to put you on the spot. 2 years ago, Jonathan, when NASCAR raced the Roval at Charlotte, Gar texted me and said, if Tony Perella can get I'll come back to TA2 to race
great.
it.
So he's coming back for 2021.
I can pull that text out right now. Well, we're there for the next 3 years, I think, to the contract.
Oh, fantastic. Gar Robinson for 3 years. Can we put that as a headline?
You've got
it's not raining. As long as it's not raining.
Oh, yeah, that looked horrible.
Oh, yeah, that did look awful, didn't it?
Oh, you were there. I was watching you.
I was in it.
Well,
I was in the rain
I
at
was
night.
watching your blurred headlights because it was raining so hard the cameras I couldn't tell the cars apart most
Neither
of the time.
could I.
But, man, okay, so tell us, give us your insight. I'm sure a lot of these Trans Am drivers are now going to call you and Mark Miller, who've raced the track, and say,
and he'll be with us next weekend, too, Mark Miller.
Yeah, so, hey, at Sebring,
it's on.
We've got 2 TA2 champions, 2-time here, Mark Miller 1-time from last
3
year.
3 TA2 champions in one car, or championships in one car.
That's pretty cool.
So you got to represent.
You just saw Ernie Francis Jr., or his car at least, being wheeled back.
We don't see that very often.
No, we
Breathless builds a really good car. I wonder what that was. We saw him limping down the front straight.
There must be some debris.
Great shot from the tower, and I can assure you, those watching, and you won't believe this, but Ben and I walked every one of those steps to the top of there yesterday.
Yeah,
not in duress, I may add.
Yeah, we were on a time because we had to beat the sunset. And here they come out to the track, but my legs are still burning from that.
Do you know Dan Knox?
Yes, I do.
Because I don't, and I thought to myself, you probably will, because he's a local guy.
Well, last year, I dabbled in some IMSA stuff, and me and Dan Knox and I, we settled a deal where I would run their Mercedes AMG in the IMSA series for a few of their sprint races, and me and Lawson Osterbach, we ran with AJ Peterson. he set up the car, or he sets up the car and runs the crew and stuff like that. And we did several of the IMSA races just to get our feet wet and stuff for what I'm doing now. But no, I know these guys very well, and this one's not the car that I drove, but I believe Simon Gregg owns the car that I drove.
That is Simon Gregg, isn't it?
That's not Simon. That's Dan.
Oh,
that's Dan. Yep. But no,
yeah, Simon's not running that car this weekend.
No.
The West Coast car, no.
But they have a shop up at MSR or Motorsports Ranch up in Dallas Fort Worth area, and they put together a very nice car. They did a great job with us, and I don't think I would be where I am now without those guys, and I'll be pulling for those guys pretty well too. So, but I'm excited to see these cars out here, because I've never seen them out here with you guys yet. But I mean, I see these cars all the time. But
and that's a new car for Jason Daskalos. We know him from the Viper,
yep,
and now he's out there in the Audi R8. We've got a lot of new cars here with us this weekend. But I think from a championship standpoint, I think what we're watching out for in SGT is the battle between Adrian Lostowski in that Mustang and Lee Saunders in that Viper. But there's Daskalos there. That's a pretty car.
They are good. It's great to see these a lot of these the first generation GT3 cars having a place to go and stuff like that. It's
why don't they conform to any of the rules now?
Who?
Well, these cars, the older GT3s.
Or they just been obsoleted?
They just get obsoleted.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, every few years, I mean, they have to go through different homologations and stuff like that. So every few years they get allowed to start another homologation, so they can go back to the drawing board and make their car better for the next few seasons.
On board with Adrian Lostowski, the man of the moment in the fast auto car. Got a win last time, had first one. Bags of confidence now, Ben.
Yeah, but I just got word from race control that Lou Gelati, who had a bad off at VIR, is smoking, so I don't know if they're going to bring him in.
Well, he should put it out right now, and it's a bad habit.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's smoking Camels.
Oh, wait, that's the 50s. They used to smoke in the car in the 50s.
Yeah. So Adrian looks like he's just
that would be a relaxed Lou Gelati if I've ever seen one.
It looks like he's just kind of waiting, maybe slowing down a little bit to give himself some running room for a heater.
I mean, I've seen a lot of guys with the water attachments to their helmet, but never cigarette attachments. I don't think he smokes or anything like that. That'd be a sight to see today.
I tell you what, there's only 10 minutes left or just over in this session, as you can see, 10:50. But I'm watching the sun right here from our commentary position. We're right here to your left of Lostowski there. But time's running out, and down that back straight, Lostowski's really going to have that sun in his eyes. We're running late because of the oil that was thrown down, and so we're a little bit later than we should be. But Adrian Lostowski, I'm sure, will run in the dark if he needs to.
These are the only cars here with headlights in this series.
That's true.
So they're fine.
They're fine.
They're totally fine. And they run these cars in the 24 Hours of COTA and stuff too. So
yeah, true.
That looks like a cool race too. I've always thought that was a pretty neat race. This one's cool too.
You can hear him just feathering that throttle.
Yep.
There's so many places that you have to lift and then get back on it and lift, and you're just looking for everything. This is the really the one time that you are trying to give everything you have. And point he can get. I think he told me he's 40 behind Lee Saunders right now.
And you're in the S's forever.
Yeah.
It feels like you're in the S's forever.
And they tighten up in the middle, right?
Yeah, they decrease radius. So you're constantly kind of slowing down a little bit through the whole.
That must be frustrating.
Not frustrating, just difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was a little difficult as he came out of 11, went very wide, Adrian.
So speaking of drifting there with Adrian Lostowski, you were here Tuesday with Vaughn Gittin Jr. drifting his car, weren't you?
Yeah, Vaughn, and Cletus McFarland, we were all here. I came by because I had nothing to do on Tuesday, so I came by and said hi, and they let me run in their or he let me drive his Fox Body Drift Mustang. It was pretty fun. I'd never pulled a handbrake like that in a drift car before, but.
And, so when are we going to get Vaughn Gittin Jr. back in a TA2 car?
I'll give him a shout. If someone pays him to do it, I'm sure he'll do it. But
Lee Saunders just went back to the pit, and with the time left on the clock, that's not a good sign.
Jason Daskalos on top right now at 2:10. followed by Dan Knox, followed by Ken Thwaites with a 225. 215, just took 10 seconds off there, Ken Thwaites. It looks like Ken Thwaites is running in his teammate Kevin Long's car. So
yeah, that makes sense because he had a big prang, yeah.
Yeah, so he must have had to throw away that. And Kevin Long, he's just kind of there with Ken, their business partner, so I'm sure he was glad to give up the seat. So we thank you, Kevin, because Ken is in the points chase.
Now these tires, these take a little bit longer to come in. I've driven the GT3 Pirelli tire before, and I assume it's probably the same tire, and they took a little bit longer to come into than the TA2 cars. The TA2 cars usually came in the first, second, or third lap. These usually come in like the third, fourth, fifth lap. So I think you'll see the top guys getting faster toward the end of the session.
And what he means by that, coming in, is they get up to temperature that's the best ripping temperature. There's a compound inside the tires that when it heats up, it becomes grippier and gives it. Look at this shot right here. We can see the drivers' faces with where the sun is.
Yeah.
It's not good for them, but it's good for us.
So Daskalos leading the way from Justin Oakes, Dan Knox in third position, Ken Thwaites in fourth at the moment, Adrian Lostowski leading the SGT class. The first three I mentioned were all XGT drivers, and that field has been bolstered here, so Ken Thwaites has got his work cut out. He, of course, the championship leader, taking his first win at Brainerd earlier in the season. There's the sun going down here in Austin, and it's looking rather dark in the stadium section right now.
Yeah, but that means a cooler track, which usually tires love.
Just over 6 minutes to go. Daskalos with a 210.4 in XGT. Pretty handy round here.
Now these cars are a lot more sensitive than your TA2 and TA1 and TA2 cars, just because they're so much lower and so much more. They're not tube frame cars, so they flex and do some strange things, some strangest things that the tube frame cars don't. They drive a little bit different, but they reward you if you figure it out.
That's a good shot right there at Ken Thwaites with his Franklin number 8 in the XGT class. He's fourth in XGT. We've got a lot of XGT cars, which we love seeing. This is a class that Aaron Colwell, that works with us, really worked with Ken last year when he joined the series to make this, and I think by next year, with all these GT3 Cup cars coming in, I believe that we could have 12 cars in this series.
Well, a lot of the guys in IMSA and World Challenge and SRO and all those series is they buy a new car every year, so they usually have to get rid of the older ones the next year. So you'll be seeing a lot of these cars coming in. I know the car that Dan's driving right now this is the first race it's been to ever. So it's a lot of these guys are getting newer cars, and there's a lot of GT3 class cars out there. So I'm sure you'll see a lot of these things. What I would really like to see is, because the first generation of the GT3 cars was really cool. Like I'd love to see like an SLS AMG out here, or like one of the Viper GT3 cars, or even like a Callaway Corvette. Is that what that is, or which? I don't know which
Justin
car.
Oakes in Corvette. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a Callaway car or not, but it looks like it could be. I don't know.
That's interesting. Oakes is in the pits with 4.5 over to go, and he's second at the moment. He's biding his time, do you think, or they're not doing it in the car, so there's nothing wrong.
He might be done.
He's happy with starting second, I guess.
Yeah, just like Trans Am, just like everyone else, you still have to run this race on these tires. So.
Here's another man from Austin, Texas, Sean Young in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Taking his first run in Trans Am. He's been doing some club racing. He's actually won here in club racing at Circuit of the Americas. Knows the circuit well, being from Austin, obviously. But it's his first run. Great to make his debut in the Aston Martin, a car he's familiar with and a circuit he's familiar with. So he's fairly confident. But this is his first run in Trans Am.
Looks like we got a new leader up in XGT. Dan Knox is up there, and I'm not too surprised, but it's definitely always good. Always good to see a leader.
Yep.
Like I said, the last few laps, I knew a lot of these cars were going to come in later in this session. So.
And a hell of a lap by Knox as well. 1.1 seconds quicker than anybody else so far.
Well, I got to say to my friend Ken Thwaites, man, be careful what you wish for, because now you're running fourth in XGT. He's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of competition before.
Yeah, he wanted more cars in the series, and here we go.
Yep. Another thing about the tires coming in later, all these cars are all set up to run an endurance race. They're all set up to do the 12 hours of Spa, 24 hours of Daytona, or stuff like that. So they're meant to not use a lot of the tire. You'll see, so a lot of the sprint race style cars, like the TA2 cars and TA1 cars, and even like kind of the World Challenge kind of style GT4 cars, they're kind of meant to run sprint races, so they come in a little bit quicker and stuff. So they're designed to do a couple different things. So that's why it's so entertaining to see them work with each other on this track in this series. So you get to experience all the different flavors of sports car racing, which is always entertaining.
Well, here's Sean Young again coming up the hill in the Aston Martin, currently in 8th position. And like I said, his first run out, 2 minutes and 33 seconds left in this one. Dan Knox leads the way in XGT. Jason Daskalos of New Mexico is second in his Audi R8, And then Justin Oakes, who we saw parked up a moment ago, as we take a closer look at the number 80. Dan Knox. Beautifully prepared car as well. The Mercedes AMG GT3. And I remember when I first saw them roaring around Macau, and they were mighty, for sure, in the hands of the likes of Lauren Van Toor and a few others.
That track looks so treacherous. And don't they do a full
World Cup GT there?
Yeah, but they do a full 24-hour race there, don't they? Or is it a
not at
sprint
Macau?
race?
No.
Okay, that would be brutal.
that would be a little bit too brutal.
But.
Time running out then in our final qualifying session of the day for Trans Am. We have 2 races, 2 100-mile races, about an hour long, sprint races as we call them. And we'll start with the TA2, the feature race, and then these guys, the TA and GTs, XGT, SGT, and GT cars will be followed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And of course, that will be peppered with a bunch of other group racing from SVRA as we go back and look at another local man, Lou Gigliotti of Texas. Got the Lone Star State and the American flag on the car. Pedaling hard as we go back on board with Adrian Lostowski. And I don't think he's going anywhere in the last 40 seconds. He's done what he could do, and he's done a very good job. 5th place and leading the way in SGT, just what he wanted. And I think there might have been a problem for Lee Saunders because he came in earlier in the session and really only got a couple of laps before he came in, and he's down in 14th position. And that is a story, big-time story for SGT, because it gives Lostowski an opportunity and Gigliotti, I suppose, as well, to perform well here at COTA with Lee Saunders down the back. But that said, that Dodge Viper down this back straight can make up some places, I'm sure, in the race.
Yeah, he's definitely got the power. He's definitely got the horsepower for some of these cars. I mean, I've seen a couple like newer spec GT4 cars and stuff like that, and it'd be interesting to see how it goes up against some of these Vipers and Corvettes and stuff that are from a different era of racing, or a different era of GT4-ish style racing. So, it'll be interesting to see.
It's going to be an interesting battle also in GT because Tim Horrell, our breathless racing man, has had it all his own way of late, but Billy Griffin's back up and Sean Young, of course, stepping up in his first race, and they both out-qualified Tim Horrell, the championship leader. So that's going to be very interesting indeed. Natalie Decker coming in from the West Coast Championship in 13th place ahead of Lee Saunders as we take a look at the number 80. There is Ken Thwaites. Ken Thwaites will be 4th position, but it's going to be Dan Knox who takes pole position here at home at Austin, Texas. And Adrian Lostowski in SGT will take pole in his class. Then we got a report that Aaron Pierce was smoking a little bit.
And we go to impound.
And I know that Ben's hot-footed it out there to try and talk to somebody about their qualifying session, so we should hear from at least one of the top men as the sun, almost appropriately on time, heads down here. Fantastic drone shots. Congratulations to all our cameramen, working very hard, putting these pictures together.
Man, he really get to work out over here.
Yeah.
He's come back to the booth and go back to the pit lane. And
we got Ben moving.
Oh.
Well, Tony said he wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, gotta get those steps in.
Yeah. You know, Tony, he don't like his guys to slouch out of it. That's a lovely shot. Look at that. The sun glazing through there. Low Garno. You're doing yourself proud, my friend.
It's hard to beat these Texas sunsets.
No, you can't beat them. Let's see if we can buzz the tower. Let's hear from our top men.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Trans Am newcomer and XGT pole sitter Dan Knox with Lone Star Racing at Circuit of the Americas. How does it feel? And welcome to Trans Am.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to come here and race with Trans Am. Everybody's been just wonderful to us and excited to be here. What a great race or qualifying that was. We had a perfect car. The car was set up good. The guys did a great job this last 2 days getting us ready. It's the best the car's run all week, the last 2 days, so we're excited.
Your car looks brand new.
Yes, it is. We just took delivery of this a couple months ago, and this is the first time out on a track like this with the speed, and my first time in a car racing again for the last couple years on a high-speed track, so we're excited.
So we were in the booth with Gar Robinson, who's been racing one of these for the last year, and he was rooting for you in there. So tell me about this AMG platform at Circuit of the Americas.
Well, this is a new AMG platform. It's their Evo model. It's got a little bit more downforce, rear wing as well. Little tweaks that the other car that we had didn't have, and it seems to do a lot better. We're excited with it.
Will we see you more in the Trans Am series?
There's a possibility, yes.
Nice. Dan Knox, P1 in XGT. Congratulations. The XGT class is growing with the Trans Am series. Stay tuned. We got some great racing tomorrow.
Thank you, Ben. Winners are grinners, even with a mask on. And look at that for a shot. Beautiful. The sun going down in Texas here at the famous Circuit of the Americas. And it's been a brilliant day of racing, no question about it. The Brabhams racing wheel to wheel with each other. Some new faces, some new names, and some great, great wheel to wheel stuff. But it's only qualifying for Trans Am. They go racing tomorrow, starting at 11. We've also got the helmet races for all the group racing in SVRA, some stunning cars on display for your delicacy. And we've had the Corvettes here en masse. Haggerty have put on a cars and coffee show. We've had champions like Gar Robertson here in the booth. It just doesn't get any better. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to the whole team. But we're about to sign off and sign out here for day one. Join us tomorrow. If you haven't downloaded the app already, please do, SVRA or Trans Am. And you can get all the information about the drivers and what's going on with the series. The schedule for 2021 is already out. Plenty more action coming up in 2021. And there is Austin, glinting in the sunset view of what is one of the most exciting cities in the world, no doubt about it. And now with motor racing and soccer at its behest, it just gets better and better. We'll see Spot tomorrow. Spot, that is, the sun. And he's off to England to see if they can get a few rays on them. They don't get many. We get them all over here in Texas. And like I said, a full action-packed day tomorrow from Austin, Texas, where we'll have SVRA, Trans Am, and Miata MX-5 in action. But as the sun sets, and I'm going to wait for it to go, as we should, because we're enjoying every moment of it. But this is the beautiful sights and sounds of the Circuit of the Americas. Finally back in action after what has been a long shutdown due to COVID. But I'm glad to say the fans are back. We've got our champions back, and we are racing thanks to Tony Perella and John Claggett and the rest of the Trans Am and SVRA team. And as the sun goes down, I'll get out of your way too. It's time to party in Austin style. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. From me, Jonathan Green, Ben Sissel, and Gar Robinson. Thanks for watching us. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, Spot.
Why am I excited to drive?
It won't be a burden on my family to drive me to my extracurriculars, including swimming, show choir, voice lessons, youth group, and leadership programs.
It's places I need to be, like sports, and so my parents don't have to drive me, and so I can have a social life.
I'm excited to drive so I can go from 2 horsepower to 100.
I could say because of freedom, but I'm more excited for what I will be driving. A 1972 Datsun 240Z.
I'm excited to drive because I'm going to save the manual, like this one.
Hey man, you can't drive that thing yet. You don't have a license.
I'm excited to drive because it'll be a monumental step to a life of independence. And who knows, maybe my dad will let me drive his favorite.
Beats walking.